Going on, y'all?
What's going on, brother?
Sean, what's up, man?
What's up with it? What's up with it?
What to do? Booby.
Good, baby.
What's
Let's talk
happening? What's
about it. Let's
happening?
get it.
What is
What's
up?
up?
We here. We here. I thought I sent that link out last night, and I'm sorry that y'all got it late. But Wolf told me about it, man. Wolf, what's up, man? I see some of my legends in here. What's up, Wolf? You on mute. But yeah, man. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna get y'all right today. My coffee ain't kicking, but hey, we're gonna make it do what it do. You know what I'm saying? Top 5 dead or alive networking protocols, triage in the SOC space. And first of all, I want to thank y'all for joining me. There's a lot of more people that's supposed to be joining, but maybe the weather or maybe they overslept, but that's cool. We're gonna get started anyway. Every year I do a free training from MaxProd, and this is one of the ones that we're gonna do. This is recorded, so if you feel like you forgot something, you can always go back and look at the recording of how I do things. Some of y'all that took the SOC class, y'all you haven't seen all of it, but you should be familiar with what we're about to look at today. A little bit about me. I am the founder and the COO of MaxProd Technologies. I am a cybersecurity engineer for the Department of Energy. I've been in the game for 12 plus years. 12 plus years. 6 or 7 of those years are cyber. So, the first half I was doing like IT help desk and all that stuff like that, but I pivoted over. Those are the certs that I have for now. I'm going after some more. That's another reason why I'm doing this class, because I kept telling the people I was going to do something, and this is your little cookie. I'm gonna give y'all, and then I'm gonna be on my grind time. I gotta get my certs up. So, but you see the several organizations I supported for cybersecurity operations. Man, I've been everywhere. I have a few contracts as well that sit in some of those spaces for MaxProd. Y'all know who I am on Twitter. Some of y'all know me as the Cyber Reverend, but my handle is Commandante Bowie on Twitter, and if you're looking for me on LinkedIn, it's Marcus Bowie. What I'm gonna teach y'all today, I'm gonna tell you why I'm teaching this. Okay, I get several calls for people that I got into the field that run into this problem, and I ran into this problem a few times, but I wanted to share with everybody else because I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of more people going through the same issue. And the issue is, it's something about a PCAP that's intimidating. When you're in the field, those that are not in the field, this is gonna be good for you. Those that are not in the field yet, if you have a desire to be in the SOC space, what I'm about to show you today is going to mentally prepare you for what you're about to deal with. All right. But you don't get an incident every day. There some days it's quiet, but even though it's quiet, you still need to have your game. You still need to, you still need to be ready just in case something go down. And 9 times out of 10, people not mentally ready for if something goes down. And what I run into, or what people run into, is an incident will happen, and it's their turn to analyze that incident. And so what will happen is the boss or somebody will give them a PCAP and say, "Tell me what happened." When they get that PCAP, it's like they go numb. A lot of people take, and some of these people have taken trainers online. They're the top 1% in try hack me. They doing all this extra stuff, but once that PCAP show up, they forget everything. They forget everything. Of that situation. They forget everything that they learned. Somebody asked the question, when you're available, Can you inform us? Yes. So I have a YouTube channel, and you'll see some of my other trainings I've done on the YouTube channel. And now I'll post that at the end. I'll post that link at the end. That's where I'm going to upload this to, and you can just watch it from YouTube, or I might just give it to y'all straight once it finished downloading from Zoom. Yeah. So what happens is they get this PCAP and then they get intimidated. They don't, something about it just intimidates them because they're not mentally ready for whatever that incident is. They don't, everything they thought they learned went out the window. And I'm also seeing, after talking to a few of those guys that are in the SOC space, is a lot of the training that they're taking it's not from the farm to the table. What do I mean? I mean, they're taking these trainings online, and it's good training, but it don't translate to operations. It doesn't translate to what am I doing on the job. It doesn't translate to I can take this and then just do it here. And that's a kind of mismatch that I'm seeing. I've been seeing. That's been the running talk from most of the people that call me and ask me questions about, helping them with incidents. So I can assure you, those who have taken my SOC class, I can assure you, what you about to learn today is you can do farm to table. You can take what you learned here today to your job and do the exact same thing. That's the way I set it up, and hopefully it will help you. Now, again, and I'm gonna go on record and say this. Am I the best? No, I'm not gonna say I'm the best. I'm not gonna say that I'm the only one that can teach it this way. I'm pretty sure there are a whole bunch of people who could probably teach this session better than me. However, I'm not where I'm at just by a chance of luck. You know what I'm saying? I know a little bit something about my business, and I'm just giving you my perspective. It may not be everybody else's. They may have a different way of doing things, but I'm giving you my perspective and what helped me become successful in what I'm doing right now. And so that's the mentality I'm giving you. I'm giving all this to you from my perspective. And so what you're going to learn today, we're going to look at some of these protocols that you're going to see. You're going to see it in the SOC space. We're going to identify how do they look in a PCAP. What does the traffic supposed to look like in a PCAP? Also, we're going to add some columns, some fields to this PCAP to help you read it better. Then we're going to create configuration profiles for each of those protocols. Then I'm going to show you what to look for during a triage. And I ain't going to tell you what the other surprise is at the end. You're going to find out as we go through the course. All right. What do I need from you? I need y'all to pay attention. It's a free class, but you got to pay something. You got to pay attention. All right. It's a lot of content, but it's not a lot of content. This class is supposed to be scheduled until to end at 1 p.m. It may end before that, but I give that space just in case, right? Secondly, I need you to take notes. Your notes is better than my notes. Okay. Secondly, take notes that you understand. It don't make sense to write notes if you don't understand what you just wrote down. So you want to take notes in this class. I may say something that's not on this slide. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say some stuff that's not on the slide. I'm going to say a few things that are not on the slide that may be helpful to you. So take notes, write notes down, take notes. These are your slides forever. You can have these slides as reference points, but you want to throw some notes on top of that to help you better understand the content. If I say something that's on point, right? Thirdly, don't overcomplicate it. All right. Again, I'm taking it from the farm to the table. From my perspective, again, you can probably go online and see other trainings. Other people do it. You can probably look at, look at books, read books, buy Udemy course. There's several people that can teach networking way better than me. I acknowledge that, right? But I'm also good at what I do, right? So Don't overcomplicate what I give you. If you got questions, throw them in the chat. I'm gonna do my best to look at the chat and answer it as I go through, right? Go through the content. But don't overcomplicate it. Just take it. You know, it ain't the gospel, but it's kind of the gospel when it comes from me. Just take it as is. And another good thing about this training is this is a good pivot point. You can build on it. So I'm just giving you little tips and tricks of what I would do if you're in a situation of such, right? Right. Lastly, study. Man, we got some. I'm looking at this chat group, and we got some heavy hitters in here that I know that's about that study life. If you don't use it, you lose it in the SOC space. All right. The stuff that you don't memorize, the stuff that you don't practice at, you will lose that skill if you're not careful. And that's something that I learned, you know, that I gotta keep. Another reason why I keep teaching these trainings is so that I can keep it in my mind, keep it in my brain all day long. Now, one thing about the PCAP stuff, 80% of the job. Yes, Santiago. This is This is muscle memory. You know what I'm saying? It's all muscle memory. But one thing about the SOC job I was about to say is 80% of your job, you're going to be looking at PCAPs all day. You're going to be just looking at PCAPs, verifying it. We're going to go into that. I ain't going to try to overtalk it. It is 9:20. Let me go ahead and break it down for you. All right. Here we go. What's this? Triage. What's triage? Let me explain what triage is for those who don't know. All right. Let me do a layman's terms, then I'm gonna give you the real definition. Let's say you got a slight cough, you got a runny nose, you might be catching a fever, right? You go to ER, you go to the front desk, tell them you got some issues, I'm seeing I see incident response down there. I see y'all throwing the names in there. You got a cough. They tell you sit down. We're gonna call you when it's time to come up. When they call you to come up, you go into that first room. That first room is called the triage room. The nurse is gonna ask you questions. You know, how long you had the cough. You know, do you got the chills? Do you got this? Do you got that? You know, how much you weigh? What's your blood pressure? They asking all of these questions to determine what's the best course of action of how to treat whatever you're dealing with, and to determine what really do you have. Do you have the flu? Do you have the common cold? Do you got COVID? What is it? You know, and their job is to figure that out in the triage room before they send you to a doctor and have them do what they're going to do, right? In the cybersecurity realm, in the SOC space, we do triage, but it's for cyber incidents, right? And so triage is just the escalation process, the evaluation process to determine the validity of a cyber attack, right? And again, those who have taken my SOC class, you've seen some of this stuff before, but I'm explaining to those who have not. I have on this page the cyber kill chain and part of the minor attack matrix. Why do I have it like this? Because in the triage stage, most of the time in the triage stage, we're looking at the delivery portion of an incident, or maybe an email came in, maybe somebody downloaded something that wasn't supposed to be downloaded on the computer, maybe malware dropped on the machine, maybe somebody plugged in something, right? So the delivery stage of the cyber kill chain, to me, translates to the first. If I'm thinking about triage, it's going to translate to the first four techniques given in the minor attack matrix: initial access, execution, persistence, and privilege escalation. But for you, as a SOC analyst, tier one, let's say if you're coming in as tier one, you're going to focus a lot of your triage on that initial access. You're going to focus on those different techniques down there. It could be phishing, it could be a hardware addition, it could be any of these things could have occurred on a Windows box, and this is just for Windows. They got matrices for different operating systems, but just as a visual, our triage happens or start to happen when we get an alert about any of these things. Okay, So that's just to get you mentally prepared of what you're going to be looking for when I'm talking about the triage thing. Now, write this down. An interview question they may ask is, name the steps of the cyber kill chain and what happens at the cyber kill chain. And I remember getting an interview on the phone while I was on the train, and this was the bonus question, right? I was like, come on, you gotta be kidding me, right? But this is an interview question that you may want to memorize the cyber kill chain, the steps, and what happens at each step, right? That's just something there. But triage, this is just what we look at. This is what basically some of these alerts that are going to come in. They're going to come in from any of those techniques that we got to analyze. For those who took my SOC class, this is part of the diagram that I have where we run the live malware in the environment, and they got to catch it and report on it and stuff like that. But just a little thought, a mental thought of what I mean by triage. Let's just say you got a malware file download alert on the left side. You got a malicious file or a malware file download alert. As a tier 1, you're going to do all these functions here. The next step of that alert is you need to determine if this is really malware. So is it a true positive or if it's a false positive? If it's a false positive, you just resolve the alert. But if it's a true positive, after you look at the event, the file, you analyze it to see if this is really malware. If it's a true positive, then you create that ticket. What do you need to have in that ticket? I need a summary of the event, I need a host name, I need a username, I need an IP address, I need a file name, file hatches, file path. This stuff right here, once you add that to the ticket, this goes to tier 2. But in my class, I teach you to go all the way. But I'm just giving you a visual mentally of what triage is, of what you would have to do. You need to determine what's good, what's bad before you write anything up. And that's pretty much what we dealing with today. Today, we're not going to be writing up no tickets. We're just going to review this first part. The second part, you're just going to be just looking at some of this traffic, and my job again, I'm just going to show you what I would look for to determine true positive, false positive, and that's what we're going to do today for triage. Any questions about triage? Give me a thumbs up if you understand what I just gave you. I see a thumbs up. We're going to start using those little thumbs up functions. I see thumbs ups all over. Wonderful. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Okay, cool. Next steps. Here we go. PCAP basics. I want y'all to become one with the PCAP. Okay, so I'm going to break it down for you so you're not, and we're going to do a lot of this stuff today. Okay, we're going to do a lot of stuff today in the lab. Hopefully you have downloaded those files into your VM, because a few of those PCAPs have malware in it, and you do not want them. And that's the purpose why we use the VMs, because we don't want your regular computer to get messed up. You know what I'm saying? All right. So PCAP basics. Here we go. There's 3 different views that you can look at on this PCAP. You got the packet list. These are the different packets or the different network packets that are captured over the network. Just think of those each line that you see is a packet. You know how I would memorize that or relay this? Think of it as Snapchat. It's just a picture. Or the panorama view of your phone. You take a bunch of pictures. Just think of that. Each line is a picture of what happened on the network. And so that first section is called the packet list. The second section is called packet details. A lot of your interview questions are going to come from that packet details section. A lot of them are going to come from that packet details section. This displays the network stack upside down. I'll show you what I mean by that. Then you have the last one, the packet bytes section. This displays this displays the hex value payloads of the data captured. And that's the second section that you'll be interviewed for. So if you're looking at interviews, SOC interviews, they're going to be asking a lot of questions about the packet details and the packet byte section. And I'm going to show you what to look for. So don't get don't get up in arms. I'm going to show you what to look for in that space, right? So that's the packet view. What do I mean by the network stack? Write this down. Write this down. You're going to get an interview question, and they may ask you, what protocol, what layer does said protocol run on the OSI model and the TCP IP model? So they may say, give me what layer does HTTP run on? What layer does DNS run on? What layer does TCP run on? You know, they're going to be asking those type of questions. I drew this chart up just for you, so you will know exactly what they're talking about when they're asking those questions. All right. So this is just the network stack upside down, in my opinion. The network stack upside down, in my opinion. That's in that package detail section. And we're gonna go through what each one will give you. So you're not lost when you see this. You're not lost when you see this, okay? The packet details, the frame section, that's the top one. That top section. That's gonna give you the bits and bytes of the packets. As you can see, I have highlighted the bits and bytes of the packets that are captured over the wire, that's sent across the wire from source to destination. That's where you find your bits and bytes. It also tells you the time that traffic was sent or received. Okay, so that's the frame section. The Ethernet section gives you the MAC address or the hardware that was used by the source and destination. Okay, I got a question here, and you can write it in the chat for me. What type of device was used that made that HTTP request? What type of device was used that made that HTTP request? And look at the hardware that they have here. You got a source, that's where the data is coming from, and you got the destination, that's where it's going to. So what type of device? I see a printer, okay? Real close. Real close. Tell me in the chat if you can identify it. Copier, okay? All in one? Hey, all in one. Okay, we can go with that. So it was a Xerox. The Xerox made the GET request for HTTP. And I'm going to show you what to look for that, okay? All right. And these are some of the things that they will want you to know. What type of hardware was it? XYZ, you may have to figure that out, right? The IP section, or the Internet Protocol section. This is where I find my source and destination IP addresses. So everybody knows on the network, in order for things to talk, they talk by IP. So the source is where the data is coming from. Destination is where the data is going to, or what data or what system that source is trying to reach. Okay. As you can see here, I have my source IP address and my destination address in this section. Okay. The TCP section, or the transmission control protocol section, very important section. This gives you the ports information. So the source port and the destination port, you can find that here, but also, which is very, very important, which is another interview question that you want to be studying for, is the TCP flags. They're very, very important when analyzing network traffic. And so but you'll find it in this section. Also, the TCP, or the transmission protocol section, can be UDP. And I don't have it in the slide. TCP, it requires a response. UDP does not. Okay, user diagram protocol does not. So instead of that TCP, you may get a packet. If you're looking at DNS, you may see UDP instead of TCP right there. But you'll have the port, and you'll have the port information, and you have the flags listed. Okay. Three-way handshake. Write this down. Another interview question. Another interview question. The three-way handshake. SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. This is the method on the TCP side. This is the method of establishing a connection between a client and a server. You have to see these three in that same motion before there's an active or a successful connection to any system. So whether it's they're going to a website, whether it's they're pivoting to another device, whether it's some type of successful download, I have to see those three in that order. That tells me that there was a successful connection on the device. Okay. I'm showing you this because this is what we would look for in the PCAP. And we're going to look at it some more today. But I'm showing you this on Bucks that this is what we look for. All right. The SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. And as you can see, I made up like some fake pickup line down here just to give you a mental, just to try to make it clear to you of what it is. Right. The network protocol section. So as you can see, we went down that whole network stack, and then the last stack is usually the network protocol. This gives you a whole bunch of information that you would need to see. And you can pull different things out of it that we're going to do today. We're going to do it hands-on. You're going to pull different things out of it to add to your PCAP so you can better understand and answer the questions at hand. Okay? First thing we're going to do, we're going to change the time format. We're going to change the time format. How do you change the time? You go to View, Time Display, and then we're going to use UTC, and I'm going to explain what that is. Let me go ahead and let's log into the lab. And what I need y'all to do, go ahead and go to your PCAPs, and we're going to look at the HTTP exercise PCAP. We're going to start there. We're going to start there. Okay. Give me a thumbs up once you got that PCAP up. Give me a thumbs up. See thumbs. I see thumbs. I see thumbs. Wonderful. Wonderful. Wasn't able to download it. Dio. Go ahead, download. Go ahead, download. Go ahead and download. You should have the link in I sent that email last night. Yeah, I sent that email last night. So you have the link. It's a Google Drive with those PCAPs in it. Everybody else good? Give me another thumbs up. I see some thumbs up. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right, here we go. We're doing it. The first thing we're going to do, I want y'all to follow along with me. We need to change the time. So we're going to change the time. Just follow along. We're going to go to View. Time Display Format. And then we want UTC date and time of day. We want this one. And let me tell you why we want this one. It's because in the SOC space, one of the things you need to have is attention to detail. What do I mean by that? You could be analyzing an incident. You could be living in Eastern Standard Time and analyzing the incident in Pacific Standard Time. If you write somebody up in the wrong time zone, that is a ding on your record. You're going to have in the words of Jake Williams, you're going to have that is a career limiting move if you write somebody up in the wrong time zone. All right? You have to understand that some of these cases go to court. And there have been situations where users have been written up for something in the wrong time zone. and they've been able to get off on the case because they had the wrong time zone. It didn't match with the evidence. So we use UTC time, write this down. We use UTC time to play it safe. Why? Let's say if I write somebody up and they're in Mountain Time or Central Time, and I'm in EST, they can always convert the UTC time back to their time zone. So I save my logs that way. When I do if I'm in Splunk, if I'm in different tools, I change all of those to match that time format. So I ain't got to worry about it when it's time to write somebody up. When it's time to write somebody up, I'm writing somebody up. When it's time to analyze an incident, I'm analyzing an incident. But everything's in UTC so that the court or the lawyer or whoever else can just convert that time frame to whatever their time zone is of where the incident occurred. So we're going to select that one, and now you have a different time. Give me a thumbs up if you got that result. See it, I see it, I see it. Wonderful, wonderful. I got to do something about this right here. Hold on, y'all. I want to be able to see everybody so I can. Should be good. We're just going to move around, right? All right, here we go. So that's that. We just changed the time. Next one. We're going to add configuration profile. And how to do that is you go to edit, you go to configuration profiles. The next step was you'll press that plus sign. Then after that, you will add whatever you want to call that profile will be listed there. And you press OK. All right. So let's go back to that PCAP. And we're going to do one for HTTP. So what I want y'all to do is we're going to go to edit. Configuration profiles. You'll get this screen here. You're going to press that plus sign. Where it says new profile, I want to type HTTP traffic. Press OK. So now we haven't done anything yet with it yet. We just created a profile so that we can do something with it. But if you scroll down or look all the way down to the bottom right, you will see that profile set to HTTP traffic. And this is where you will select your different profiles for whatever you're trying to do. All right. Give me a thumbs up if you got that. Thumbs up. I see a few thumbs. See a few thumbs. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, here we go. Next step. Our next step now, we're going to make it clean. And again, you could do this exact same thing at the job. And I would recommend that. Okay, here we go. We're going to add a filter. The filter is going to filter the traffic that you're looking for. And in this case, we're looking for HTTP traffic. So what you would do is you go up to the top, you press the plus sign here. Where it says the filter label, you'll add a label name. And then the filter, you just throw in the protocol, the networking protocol. We're looking for HTTP, which we're about to go over next. But I want to set it up first so that we're not worried about it, because we're gonna boom all the way down. Okay. All right. Once you do that, you click OK. And then on the far right, you will see that traffic there. You will see HTTP traffic, that filter there. That's going to help you. That's going to be set for this configuration profile. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go up. We're going to press the plus sign on the far right at the top. We're going to label this HTTP traffic. We're going to filter it on HTTP. Now you type this all lowercase, because I don't know why it don't let you do uppercase, but you do all lowercase. If you hit OK, and you will see that here. Now watch this. When you see it at the top right and click it, it will filter all of your traffic on HTTP. If you got those results, give me a thumbs up. See a few thumbs, see a few thumbs. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs up. All right. All right, we're moving. We're moving along. Okay. Yeah, y'all can do the thumbs in the chat too. That'll be cool too. I can see it there as well. All right, here we go. Going back. The next step. Uh-oh, what happened? So we added a filter, we added a configuration profile. Now we're going to add the columns. There's two ways to do that. Now, before we add the columns, I'm going to show you some stuff first before I show you that. But there's two ways to add columns in the PCAP. You can right-click on any of these. You see the time, the number, the time, the source. You can right-click on that bar, and you'll get column preferences. When you click on column preferences, you click on columns, and then here it'll take you to this section. From that point, I should have highlighted the plus sign. You do the plus sign, and you will be able to add whatever columns you think that you want on this section. Now here's the twist. You can rename a column if you want to, which we're going to do today. We have to do it for one of them, for sure. You'll set it to custom. Whatever columns you added, you set it to custom if it's not listed there. And then the field name is the filter name. There are several filters. I'm going to show you what I mean by that you can use. But sometimes I don't remember what the filter name is. So this is the long way of doing it. The way that I do it, and I got to show you both ways. But the way that I do it, after you do that, you click OK. The way that I do it is I will go to the protocol itself and find which one of these that I want to add to the top. And once I do that, I right-click on it and click Apply as Column, and then we will see it listed up there. And that's what we kind of going to do today. We're going to do the Apply as Column today. We're going to touch a little bit of it, the preferences, because we have to rename one for one of the profiles. But I wanted to show you that. So we're not going to do that yet. I'm going to show you something first, then we're going to do that. All right. There's ways to analyze the traffic. Now, if we look at the PCAP, you can analyze the traffic. If you want to know more information about what has occurred, you will click on Analyze, you will click on Follow, and you can either do the TCP stream or the protocol, HTTP stream. And that's going to give you information about what happened on that packet. And we're going to do that a lot today. And sometimes you want to get familiar, you want to familiarize yourself with that so you can see certain things. Okay. But I want to just show you what that looks like. Next one. That's how you would do it. And let's look at it real quick. Let's just pick one of these. We're going to pick a packet. Let's pick a packet, right? And I just want to show you what I mean by that, right? Let's say, I'm doing too much. Let's just pick a packet, right? Let's go to packet 4. Packet number 4, it should be the number on the left side. Look for packet number 4. We're just going to click on that. And just highlight, just make sure it's highlighted. Find packet number 4 on the left. Just highlight it. Click Analyze. Do Follow. And do HTTP stream. I want to show you something. It's on the slide, but I just want to show you. Everything that's in the red is the client. It's on the slide, but I'm just want to show you physically. Everything that's in the red is the client. Everything that's in the blue is the server response. So when you see red, that's the client. That's the person that's making the request. When you see the blue, that's the server's response for the request. Write this down. This is another interview question that threw off a few of my students. What is in the HTTP header? That's going to be an interview question. What fields are listed in the HTTP header? What is the answer? Here's the answer. For the client, you will see the request method. The host is the URL or the website that they're going to. You see the connection type. You'll see something about the insecure request upgrade. You'll see the user agent, and I'm gonna explain what that is later. You'll see what the accept is. This version of accept tells you what resource they went after. Okay. You'll see the refer, and I'm gonna explain what that is in the next section. You'll see accept encoding. It tells you how is that data formed. So gzip, that means it's zipped up, it's deflated. You'll see the language of the page that they're requesting, and you'll see the session cookie if there is one. So when they're talking about that PCAP header or the HTTP header, they're talking about this from the client. For the server, you'll see the HTTP header with the status code. I'm gonna explain what that is. Okay. You see the date of the request. You see the server type. What was the server? What is the web server that they're requesting this from? You'll see what it's running. You'll see when it expires. And I don't know what expires. It could be the tokens, it could be whatever. You can see the cache control if there's cache entries. I think Pragma is listed with that. You'll see if it's encoded. It's gzipped. Whatever the resource they wanted was gzipped. You'll see what the keep alive or the session time is. So it times out every 5 minutes for that session. For that page that they requested, there's a timeout of 5 minutes and a max of 100. And you see the content type. Very important, content type. What type of content did they go after? Okay. So I just wanted you to see it for yourself because you're going to be looking at that a lot. The red is the client, the blue is the server. In networking and in the SOC space, it's always going to be client-server conversation. Client-server conversation. All right? Any questions about that? Give me a thumbs up if you understood what I just gave you. You can throw it in the chat if you want. I see thumbs up. All right, here we go. We're doing it. I don't know how to make this smaller, but we'll come back. All right, here we go. Next slide. Let me go to the next slide. So that's how you analyze traffic. You right-click, analyze, go to it. That's how you see it. Exporting objects is a big deal. What if you see something that you want to export, that you want to get rid of, that you want to what if you see something that you want to you want to export out of the PCAP, something that you want to analyze? There's a way to do that. And so let me show you I'm moving this stuff around so I can see. The way to do that is you go to File, Export Objects, and I highlighted two of them because that's where most of the stuff that you're going to be exporting is going to be coming out of that. You can either export HTTP objects or you can export IMF. And IMF is where the emails, and we're going to talk about that. We're actually going to do that today. So I'll go into that. So you go there, you'll find whatever you want. On the right top right, you can filter on the content type that you're looking for. So if you're looking for executables, these are the potential content types. Or you could just type exe in the text filter, and then we'll find that executable file you want, that malicious file you want. All right. And then from there, you do a save all or save as. I usually do save. If I'm dealing with emails, I do save all. If I'm dealing with malicious binaries like these, I'll save one at a time. You know what I'm saying? But this is how you would export those out. Okay. A few more things about this. The basis of a PCAP. The packet byte section, that's that last section. I told you about the hex value payload. Interview question, write this down. And I gave you out, this is a slide for you. Write it down. This is a slide for you. The interview question they're going to ask you is, what is the magic number and payload of an executable file? What is the magic number and payload of an executable file? Okay. On the left side, I got a picture of me filtering off a string. I'm just looking for executables. I can do a Control F, type that in there. Somebody put 8. Now I'm gonna explain to you. Somebody put 8. I'm gonna show you what I mean by it. I'm gonna show you what I mean. And we're gonna see it today. 4D58. I see you, Greg. Here we go. You do exe, you filter. Let's say if I want this, I want to see the payload. I can either do the analyze, follow TCP stream to get the payload, or I can just look here. For an executable file, and I'm gonna give you a list of them. MZ is the payload. You'll see an MZ. And usually after that MZ, you'll see this program cannot be run in DOS mode. That tells you there's an executable file, which in hindsight, most of the malware uses. They form malware as an executable. And so in the PCAP, if I want to know, if I want to look for these, I look for that MZ. And when I highlight MZ, you see the 4D5A. And some people use 4D5A00. I don't see a 00 right next to that, but I do 4D5A. You can get by on that. As you can see up here, and I'm explaining it to you in the next section. The client in the red made a request for that malicious binary. I'm gonna explain status codes in a second. Because as you can see, the server responded back with that MZ. It gave it to him. So the client made the request and the server gave it back to him. But I'm gonna explain more in detail so you have a better understanding of the network traffic in there. And here's another thing I did for you. This is a gift to you. I gave you all the ones they're gonna ask on the interview. They're gonna ask about zip. They're gonna ask about gzip. They're gonna ask about PDF. Some interviews ask about Flash. Some interviews ask about Google Chrome extension, because there are such things as malicious Google Chrome extension. The reason why you see zip and gzip up there is because malware likes to pack itself to send it to you. There's another one called RAR. You can use the .rar or tar or jar files. Malware will come in zipped up that way, so it can bypass your antivirus when you get it on the email. But I just gave you the most common ones that they're gonna ask. Any questions about the packet details before we get to the first protocol? Give me a thumbs up if you understood that. Give me a thumbs up either in the chat or I see thumbs up. I see thumbs up. I see thumbs. Wonderful, wonderful. Next section. Here we go. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Here we go. HTTP. Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is the protocol that you use to go to the general web. If you're going to YouTube, you use an HTTP. If you're going to Google, sometimes you're going to, if it's not Google Mail, you use an HTTP. This is going to run on TCP port 80. It runs at the application layer of both the OSI and TCP models. Okay. How does it work? Write this down. When they ask you about networking protocols, on the interview, they're gonna ask you, tell me about some networking protocols. If you stopped at this page and go to the next protocol, you done lost that interview. If you say, yeah, it runs on application layer, OSI, TCP, it runs port 80, it's just general web communication. If you stop there, they're going to say, thank you for coming, have a nice day. What they want to know, yeah, that's nice. This is nice. They want you to explain this. Okay? So I'm going to explain to you. Step one, it's 5 steps. Step one, the user from the browser is going to make a request to whatever page they want. They're either going to be using Google Chrome, Firefox, Edge. I'm going to show you where you can find that of what they're using. All right? They're going to make that request from their browser to the web server for that page. So whether it's google.com or whatever. Step two, the browser is going to send that GET request to the web server. Find me this page for me. Step three, the web server is going to look for it. It's going to map that URL to the page. If they have it, in step 4, if the page is found and the user has access to it, the web browser is going to respond back to the client browser, the Google Chrome or the Firefox or whatever. HTTP 200, okay. We just saw that in the traffic. This is another form of the 3-way handshake. If you see HTTP 200, okay, that is successful traffic. This is another form of the 3-way handshake. Once that browser receives HTTP 200, okay, they get the page. So every time you go to Google, YouTube, ESPN.com, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you go to those sites, this occurs, and you see that. They want to know those steps in an interview. So don't only give them this, give them this. Okay? Now, why do we care about the steps? Why do we care about that status code? And I'm explaining what those are. It's because a user will lie to you. Listen, I've been doing this for a long time. A user will lie to you and say, I didn't, listen, it's 3:58 p.m. on a Friday. You guys, you ready to go out to eat, ready to have a good time. It's a 4-day weekend. It's a 4-day weekend. That means you off Monday and Tuesday. So you get Saturday and Sunday, you off Monday and Tuesday. And the user at you get off at 4. The user at 3:58 p.m. clicks on a malicious link and you get the alert. And the rule in the SOC is this. If you find it, you got to handle it to the start and the finish. You can't pass it all to 24/7. You can't pass it all to the next shift. If in some places they're not 24/7 yet. But what if you're working Monday through Friday? You trying to enjoy your weekend, and you see this happen at 3:58 p.m. A user will lie to you and say, "I didn't click on anything." Well, when you check that network traffic, and you see that 200, okay. You see that 200, okay. Hey, listen, sir, you did it. And actually, you did it a few times in my logs. So this is something you want to look for. This is why you need to know how this stuff works, because they will lie, they'll turn their computer off, and you got to go look in the building, got to figure out where they're sitting. Every day of the week, somebody's doing that. And it's always at the last day. It's always on the last day they pull something off like that. He said, passing on to the next shift. Hey, what if it's not 24/7, Dio? What if it's not 24/7? Some of y'all want to work 9 to 5. Some of y'all want to work 8 to 4. Okay. Let some users say, it wasn't me. I have a tea time. I have to go. And they cut their computer off. Now you stuck there trying to figure out where that computer is. You got to go find it. You got to go turn it on. Hey, and it's payday, Greg. Greg, it's payday. Now, SOC manager out. The SOC manager at the mall, making sure you good. You good? Hey, I'm trying to tell you. Budget, governor, the logs don't lie. So when a user comes in, and I'll be ready to write them up. He said, gotta see it through. Yes, you stuck. You stuck with that. Some of y'all free, y'all having a good time. You done missed all of that. Because you now have to analyze. Because what if it spread? What if this happened and it spread throughout the network and that user cut their computer off? Now you gotta go track down their IP. You got to track down what links they went to. You got to track down how many times they went to it. You ever had a repeat offender? Somebody that always just clicking on links? Well, we get those. Absolutely, we get those. So just mentally prepare yourself. Those that are not in the SOC space, this is what you're going to have to deal with. Okay? Now, there's a few things about HTTP when I'm dealing with that PCAP that I care about. You're going to either have a short night or a long night, but I'm going to just explain it to you. All right, here we go. Request methods. I highlighted 2 of them, but all of them are just as important. If you look at the one that says head, head, put, delete, connect, options, trace. A pen tester could use those. An attacker could use those request methods to go after a resource or after something. In the SOC space, you want to analyze all of them, but the ones I want you to really pay attention to is the GET request and the POST request. What's a GET request? A GET request means that the user or the source is going after a resource, or they're trying to connect, or they're trying to get something. So that means they're either typing this in, and in my SOC class, I actually showed you how to break it down to see if they typed it, if they clicked on it. You know, I break it down for you in my SOC class. But I'm just giving you what to look for. That GET request means I went to a resource. I requested that resource. A POST request means I posted data to it. So let me break it down. Let me give you mentally what I mean by that. You get an alert that says phishing attack. It has a malicious link. It's a phishing link. It's a credential harvesting link. And this is a repeat offender. So you know they did it. All right. You check that traffic and you see the GET request. Okay, they went to it. All right. They actually clicked on it and went to it. But if you see a POST request from this repeat offender, now you should be worried. Why? Because they could be posting any data. Now, they posted username and password, but your question now is, which username and password? Is it their personal username and password, or is the network's username and password? And there's ways to figure that out in the PCAP, to figure out which creds did they use. So I, as a SOC analyst, I'm looking at those GET requests and those POST requests religiously for an incident. Okay. Any questions about that? Give me a thumbs up if y'all understood that. Give me a thumbs up. I see thumbs up. I see thumbs. I see thumbs.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Okay, so you saying that in the post request we could have credentials being sent out. What other information could be sent out in the post request?
The social security number. Anything. You gotta understand, some of these post requests, PII.
Okay.
PII can be sent out.
What about files?
Files Files could be sent out in the post request.
Yeah.
Files definitely classified data. So I would be looking, let's say if I'm looking at web traffic, and I would filter my categorization of the traffic to file uploads or data transfer, and I look at the amount, the size of the amount of the data that's going out, and I see a post request, then that tells me that somebody's sending some data out of this network. But if I look at the link and I see that's a malicious link, now we got a problem.
Okay.
I'm calling inside the thread. Somebody going to jail tonight. You know what I'm saying? Because of that situation. Now your job as an analyst is to figure out what do they send out. You're gonna look at that PCAP, you're gonna look at the logs. In my SOC class, we do all that. We look at the logs, we compare it, just to make sure that when you go and when you ring that bell, you ringing it. Like you got all your evidence in place and they can't get out of it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, post data, either username and creds, PII, they post all types of stuff. Some of it's legit, but some of it ain't. When you deal with phishing and malware and malicious links and you look at the reputation of the website that they send the data to, and it's not all that good, you should be very worried. Because people, again, users, some of these, and I'm going to break it down to you, some of these phishing, credential harvesting emails have hard-coded, have the user's organization's email hard-coded in there. They just want the password. So a user that don't know cyber gets that and think, oh, this is legit. And they begin to type their real password in. Now you got a problem. Because now one of those attacks, watch this. If I'm looking at the cyber triage on the screen, valid account is one of the biggest attack vectors. If they're using your creds, your username and login creds, now they logging in as you, and you don't even know. You shopping online. You trying to get the Amazon Prime sale, but you don't know that your creds was taken from the last link you clicked on. And us as a SOC analyst, as a SOC team, got to decipher is this legitimate traffic or not, because they're using your name and password. They authenticating as you. So we should be very worried if I see post requests to malicious or suspicious websites. I hope that answered your question. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did.
Wonderful. Here we go. That's how it works. That's request methods. Here's another thing that I care about. Status codes. Status code tells me, it gives me a response of what happened when they try to do whatever they're going to do. Whatever they try to do on them on that, with that traffic, whatever requests that they made, what was the response code? It just tells me how did it all end for them. All right. If I see it, as you can see at the top, if it's 100 series, those are informational. Do I care about that? Not really. I don't really care about that. If I see 200, those are success. I care about those. I care a lot about success. If it's in the 300 range, there are redirections. All right. So that means that they're redirecting to another resource. I usually look for 200 and 300. So they may say, you may think you're going to a legit site, and then you click on something, and then it takes you to what they really want you to go to download something. Or I look for that all the time. If you see all 300, that doesn't necessarily mean that the traffic is successful, because it's just redirecting you. And then we see that a lot when it comes to lateral movement, when people are trying to log into, use different cross-site scripting attacks to try to get in. You'll see the 300 to say page not found, or not page not found, but resource not here. Or you'll see something saying you're not going to see it here. Go to this page. Go to this page. It just keep redirecting you. But I usually look for 200 and 300s in succession, because that tells me 200 means it's success. Any 200 range is success. 300s are redirections. Now 400 or 500s, if it's a Friday night it's 3:58 p.m. And that piece of trash, click on that link the 5th time, and you see your 400 and 500, you in the clear. All right, 400 is the client error. That's the browser error. 500 range is the server that they're reaching out to. That's error. Now, what do we care about? We care about 200s because that's the 3-way handshake. We care about 300s because that's a redirection to another site. Again, we look for both 200 and 300s in this case. If I see 300s in that and I see a 200, then all right, we got in for a long night. If I see 401, now write this down. Now I think it's already here. 401 is unauthorized access. It does not mean that it wasn't successful. It just means that you can't get it. So look for some 200s after that. Look for data traffic after that. If you're looking at the packets, I'm looking at the 400s and 200s. 403, 402 payment, that may be the ransomware thing, but I think they go through Tor. I might have to take this off the slide, but I threw it up there just in case. A payment is required. 403, it's the same as 401. Again, they have it. They probably already got that person's IP. They probably already got that person's info, and it's just tailored for that individual. Now, a lot of the bug bounty guys use 403. You'll see 403, 401, then 200, 200, 200. You'll see that sequence. The bug bounties find bugs in the 403 responses. So if you again, 3:58 p.m. you're trying to get off, and you see a 200, a 300, 200, a 401, 402, 403, 200, you in for a long night. Cancel dinner. You ain't going nowhere. You're gonna be there all night until you figure it out, until you have contained whatever that situation is. Now, 404, 503, if you see that, it's Christmas. Tell them, Governor. 404 means page not found. I couldn't get to the page. Close it out. Have a good day. Matter of fact, log out early. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm logging out early. I'm out. If you see 503, that means the server down. That means somebody caught them and they trying to hide. The attackers on that page took it down. That's what that means. Any questions about status code? Give me a thumbs up if you understood what that means. Thumbs up. I see thumbs.
Question. So
Yeah.
when the MGM got hijacked, the previous slide that you showed and this right here, so what in your mind was their process for the codes and their SOC, if they had one at the time? What was their process in your mind, and what happened and them being hijacked, and what's going on?
What we're seeing in these organizations, especially the commercial side, they don't want to spend that money. They got to wait till an incident happens to justify why they want to spend that money. There's other reasons. Bad hygiene on. They don't have good cyber hygiene, good IT hygiene. Whoever their IT guy probably got the passwords listed all on the desktop and the text file. That's a part of it. They don't want to spend that money. That's a part of it. And they don't care. Yeah, they cut corners and they cheat. Some of these places don't care until something happens. Now, if they had a SOC, yeah, I'll definitely be monitoring for this. But then again, you gotta look at the competition out there. Did they have anybody qualified even working it? You know what I'm saying? It's just when you cut corners, they said they got it on a sticky note. See, that should have been locked in a safe somewhere. But when you don't have that type of, it's a casino. You know, they don't care. They just want your money. You know what I'm saying? When they got this stuff sitting out like that and they don't have good hygiene because it takes extra steps to handle that, that's what we deal with. Yeah, somebody said, well, you cut corners and make it. Yes. I was at Black Hat in 2019. I was staying at the Flamingo Hotel. And they made a rule. They had notes on everybody's doors that we're going to just walk in your hotel room and we're going to go through your bags just to make sure you're not carrying anything or you're not having anything to hack us, da-da-da. And people, the hackers didn't like that. So guess what they did? They took down the systems. Well, I'm glad I was out of there before that happened. I started seeing the screens on the elevator go down. I saw the screens in the lobby go down. 2019, Black Hat, DEF CON. Yes, indeed. All right. I hope that answered your question. Did I answer your question?
It did. I was just wondering because if they took down the system, did they get any warnings? Like,
that, again, they may not have spent that money on that type of.
Oh, that makes sense.
The tools, those type of tools, they probably don't even have a SOC. They probably don't have a SOC, which is, and you know who else be getting hit hard like that? Mom and pop shops. These little mom and pop shops that don't have nobody monitoring their cyber or helping them set up multi-factor authentication, they get hit harder. You know what I'm saying? You know who else get hit? I had a student that used to work for one. These little doctor's offices be getting lit up.
There's one that just came out recently where I think it was overseas where they were pretty much unsecure, no antivirus, and pretty much got hit. So you've been walking around here all this time.
And look, and your car getting charged 5 times a day, and they saying, "Oh, we just put in a new system. We're sorry." Yes,
no,
public healthcare. Yeah, they'll tell you anything. They'll tell you anything. Oh yeah, we just put in a new system. We just no worries.
No, another thing about those like mom and pops, like barbershops, small restaurants and stuff like that, those are like big targets now because, like you said, they don't have like antivirus and no security, and obviously they have a lot of credit card information.
Oh yeah,
and payment data.
Man, they all man. If you don't got and if you don't got those alerts set up for your personal account, that's what you gotta have those alerts set up. They gotta go through the yellow brick road to get to my stuff. They gotta go through the yellow brick road. All multi-factor everything. You gotta find the password somewhere to get access to my stuff. If you don't got that set up, then you could be a victim too. And here's another thing. Good thing they caught it early. But organizations don't find out until 90 days or later that they got hit. Y'all bringing in that much dough? Okay. Hopefully that answers your question.
It did, thanks.
Okay. So here we go. Request methods, I care about those. Status codes, I care about those. Lastly, TCP flags. We're going to look at some. TCP flags are important because if I got a status, with the status code and the TCP flags will tell me everything I need to know. Okay. The node flag, sometimes you will see that. You may sometimes see that in the pen test. I threw this up here so you can just know what it is, but I don't really be looking at that. The fin flag means the finish flag. That means I am finished talking to you. Have a nice day. That means good night. And I'm not texting you back until the morning. That's the finish flag. You will see that. And I threw the hex value in there because if you wanted to add that column, you would want to know what the hex value. It doesn't say fin or send or reset or whatever. It doesn't say that unless it's in the info tab. But if you wanted to separate it from the info tab, it shows up as hex value. And I threw this up here so you can know what is what. Okay. The SYN flag is the synchronous flag. It's the first flag set by the sender and the receiver. This is also the first flag set in the TCP handshake. Again, TCP handshake, send, ACK, and ACK. If I want to establish a connection, I start with that send flag. Okay. The reset. I remember I told y'all the 400 and the 500, those are good. But if I see a reset, that means somebody got rejected. If I see a reset in my package, that tells me that whatever request that was made was rejected. And so that's a short night for you too. Okay. Here's the other ones. Push flag. Push flag is like the urgent. That means this packet is cutting the line to make sure you get certain packets. So a lot of times you will see that push ACK. You will see the push ACK. Push this first, then acknowledge. Push this first, then acknowledge. You will see that in the packets. Okay. The ACK flag or the acknowledge flag means I've successfully received. It's like me saying thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for this breakfast. Thank you for whatever, right? And you see the hex value for that. The urgent flag is just like the push flag. You may see both of those. It just depends on the situation. I more so see the push flag in some of the packets versus the urge or the urgent flag. Okay. Now that I just gave you that about HTTP, this is probably the longest protocol that we're going to go through because I don't have diagrams for all of them, but this is probably the longest one. In my PCAP, what do I care about? We want the number of the packet. We want the number of the packet. I want the time. And what I mean by what I care about, I'm talking about columns. I want the number. I want the time. I want the source IP. That's who the data is coming from. I want the source port. That's the port that it's coming from. I want the protocol that's being used. I want the request method. What type of request was made? I want the destination IP. I want the destination port. I want the host. When you see host, that's the URL. If you see host, that's the URL. Which flag is used more when somebody is trying to, I'm reading the brute force a post. You may see resets. You may see the send. You may see a bunch of send flags until if it's successful, you'll see the send, ACK, and ACK. That's for the brute force. I'm reading the question in the chat. Host, that's the URL. URI is the uniform resource information. That's the path after the URL. So if it's google.com, that's the host. Let's say if I wanted to get to the mail. So you'll see the slash, that's the first slash. You see mail. That's the URI path. URI query is the resource from that whole URL. So URI is the uniform resource information query or the identifier. Let's say if I wanted to log into mail. So I'll see google.com, that's the host, /mail, that's the URI path, /login.axps. That is the URI query. And that's the last piece of that URL, that whole full URL. And the reason why I put those together is so that you can see how is this whole URL broken up. Okay. HTTP refer, I should have did a flag on this. I should have wrote this up. But HTTP refer is the URL that refers you to it. Now write this down. This ain't in the slides, but write this down. Let's say if you analyzing a phishing incident, a user went to a phishing website or a malicious website, and you look at the traffic for that user, and you look at the packets for that user, but you see a refer, a HTTP refer. That is the website that they went to first that referred them to it. You may see a GET request on that same thing, like the user went to it. But if you see a refer, that means that they went to that link first, and that link referred them to the bad link. So write this down. If I see a refer on a malicious traffic link, it does not necessarily mean that the user intentionally went to a bad place. you would have to look at other logs to determine that. And there's a way in my SOC class I show you how to find out if they typed it in, if they just clicked on something and it transferred them over. But for the sake of the PCAP, if I see a refer, that means that they went there first. And if it has no nature, if it's a totally different website, they went there first and that link took them there. When we see that, we kind of like, do a slap on the wrist for a user, block the website, But if we just see a GET request to a resource that is bad, yeah, we writing them up. Okay. Status codes, very important. Status codes tells you what happened after they went to that resource. User agent tells you what browser they used. User agent tells you what browser that they used. And I'll show you what I mean by that. And it also tells you the operating system of the system that they're using too. So sometimes we want to know that, so we'll know that what type of device is making requests. So we'll know accurately what we're going after when it's time to do containment purposes. And then I want that info tab there too, because that reads out the TCP flags better than just throwing the hex value up there. All right. So let's go ahead and add these columns. Let's go back to our lab. And we already filtered everything on HTTP. So to make it plain for you, you should have all this up here. Let's go here. Trying to move this chat. The question, does that refer also come with 300? No, you may see a 200 with the refer too. That's the question in the chat. All right. So back at the PCAP, HTTP PCAP, you got your filter. Go ahead and click that filter. What says HTTP traffic. We have filtered this. We have filtered all of the packets on HTTP. Now, this is what I want you to do. This is how I would add columns. I'm trying to move this around so we can see it. I'm not right-clicking on this and doing all this. I'm going to where we need to find it, right? So let's click on packet number 7 of the HTTP exercise. Let's just go there. I want the packet number 7. And what do I want? I want to do a drop down. Which ones do I say we want? We want number, time. If your time is messed up, if your time looks like this, let's go ahead and set the time. So let's set the time, edit. I'm sorry, view, time display format. And we wanted it what? UTC. Write this down also. Let me add this to your thing. Write this down also. Next to the number of packet, I always want that number there. And the reason why you want number up there, in my experience, the reason why you want number up there is because if you are working in a group and you see something in the packet that they don't see, in the PCAP that they don't see, you can always tell them, go to packet number 4, go to packet number 10, go to packet number 11 and look at that. And that will, this is a team effort. You know what I'm saying? So you want to be able to successfully handle the incident if you're working in a group. I always leave that packet up there. And also I do this for trainers too, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. So I'm at packet number 7. We just filtered the time on UTC. We just made that time format UTC. We have the source IP here. What do we need? We need the source port. So the way I find source port, where's source port information found? TCP. So let's go to the packet details section. I want to do the drop down on TCP. And I see source port. I want you to highlight that. I want you to right click on it and apply as column. And you should see it up here. Give me a thumbs up if you see that. Give me a thumbs up if you got that on your PCAP. See you, Rayshawn. See thumbs up, Wolf, Booby. All right, thumbs up, thumbs up. All right, wonderful. We're going to add our next column. Here's our next column. I want the destination port, right? So here we go. Before I add the destination port, we're going to put it in order so you can make it plain. Protocol, let's drag protocol. So what you do is click on that. You will left click on it and you will drag it in between source port and destination. So it should read time, source IP, source port, protocol, destination. Since we're already on this, on the TCP section, let's go ahead and add destination port. So we'll right click on, look for destination port, highlight it, right click, apply as column. It should show up here. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drag it next to destination IP. So I have the source port, protocol, destination port, length, and I have info, which is the last piece that we have, right? I leave info up there because sometimes it gives you information that you want to see. All right. What else we need? We need request method. We need the host information. We need refer. We need status code. We need user agent. All right. So how do I find that? I click on the protocol itself. And I'm just going to expand every box until it gives it to me, right? So here we go. I drop down. You see boxes down here. Just, you see the arrows, just expand everything. Just expand it all. Excuse me. All right. So I see status code up here. Let's go ahead and add status code up. So I want you to select status code. We're still on packet number 7. We're in HTTP dropdown. Select status code, right click, apply as column. So I got my status code there. All right. Let's scroll down. What else we need from this? For those when we was talking about the trying to find what users use what information. Like what if somebody asks a question about who sent data, you know, what type of data did they send to a website? If we see a post request, sometimes you would see line text data here that will tell you, you know, some information about what was sent. But here's another quick and easy. If you want to see, write this down, because I don't think I got a slide for this. But if you want to see what credentials was used at what time, if somebody sent credentials, you're going to click on Tools and click on Credentials. And if there's any credentials used, you'll see the username and password information right here. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to filter on post requests and look at what was there. So here's a post request here. And I'll look at it after we get everything else up, right? So right now we have time, source port, protocol. We need to get request method. So that means we need to filter on a get request. Destination port, length, and status code. We got that. Now we need to add the other ones. So what I need you to do is let's click on the packet number 4, because that filters on a get request. And we see request method here. Let's drop down. Let's do a drop down. I'm in the HTTP section. And we just drop it down everything that we see. You got to refer there. Wonderful. All right, here we go. Request method. Find request method. Right click. Apply as column. So as you can see, you should see request method here. Go ahead and drag request method in front of source port and protocol. So now it should read time, source port, request method, protocol, destination port. I got length there, leave length. We got status code, we got info. But now we need the URL. What did they go after? So how do I get that? I look for a host. Host is the URL or the base URL domain that they went to. Sometimes it's an IP address, as you can see. I will right click, apply that as column. So I have host. And I'm going to drag host. Let's drag host between protocol and destination. Because we're trying to tell a story here. We want to tell a story. Protocol and destination. So it should say protocol, host, destination. Now watch this. I want the URI path and the URI query. So here we go. URI, request URI path, right click, apply as column. We're dragging request URI path next to host. And you should see a bar here. And it should like kind of tell you the story a little bit. Then we want the URI query. So I will highlight URI query. You can do this one or this one, either or. Right click, apply as column. And I'm dragging that in between destination and URI path. So right now I have the full URI. Now if it's too wide, you can do several things. You can lower the length of it. If your columns are too wide, you can right click and do resize column width. Right now that's set to 1,000, maybe because there's a lot of stuff there, but you could lower that number to like 500. I'm gonna lower it to 500. You kind of gotta like eye it a little bit and play around with it, right? All right. I have another one that's wide. So the URI request URI path, I right click, resize column width. That's set to 1,000. I'm gonna run it down to 500. Another way you can do it is you can use the separators and drag it. You know what I'm saying? You can do that too. And you can, filter on each one that you would see, right? So as you can see, I see my gets, I see my posts. You know what I'm saying? We got some action here. We got some action here. Now, what's the last one? User agent. User agent tells me what did they go after. I mean, not what they go after, but what did they use to go after? So I'm gonna right click on this, apply it as column, and I'm gonna leave it where it is. I'm gonna leave it where it is. All right. I'm gonna leave it down there. I had info up here somewhere. Oh, there's info. Yeah, we're gonna leave it where it is because that tells me what they were using. Okay. So if I'm looking at this user agent, right? It tells me that they're using a Mac in this session, Macintosh. It tells me the operating system. And usually the last, you will see Chrome, that's the capability of what that they have that on their system. But that the last browser name down there, that last browser name down there, will tell you what browser they use. So this user used the Mac. This user used the Mac. So let me explain it to you. The source 172.16.164 made a GET request to 172.16.16.181. Let me find another one that's easier, right? 172.16.16.154 made a GET request, a HTTP GET request for this domain, right? And they used a Mac. And they used Safari to make that request. Another way you could tell if this was an Apple device that they used is where I scroll up and I look at what? Ethernet. The source is Apple. The first 3 octets tells you what device or what brand or what brand of what vendor. So the first 3 odd text of this MAC address, this hardware address, tells you the vendor. So we're dealing with an Apple. And then the last 3 odd text tells you the version of it. And you can take this and go to MAC vendor lookup. You can take this full MAC address and go there. And then or you could just refer to this. It's a Mac OS X10 or whatever. That's the version of it. Okay. Now that we have this, let me read it from left to right. I'm looking at the chat. Somebody said start from the beginning. Yeah, we're gonna send a recording after the class. I'm gonna send a recording after the class. Okay. All right. Here we go. So let's read it from left to right. This is HTTP traffic. We already set the filter. We already set the profile. We're reading it from left to right. Now watch this. Time, source IP, source port, request. That's the request method that they made. For the protocol, HTTP. The host is the URL. URI path, URI query. That's the full website that they went to. Oh, we need refer. Let's throw refer in here. That's the last one. I saw it in here somewhere. Scroll down, scroll down. I see refer. So what we're going to do is, let's go back down here to, I'm on 110. You could be, any one of these GET requests should throw you to refer. But I'm on packet 110. I'm sorry. 110665. I'm on that packet. Or you can find one at the top that gives you the GET requests. Any one of these that give you the GET requests. Let me find one that we all can go to. Hold on. Let's just find one that we can go to. Let's just do this one, right? I'm on packet 6750. 6750. That's the packet I'm on. And you should see refer somewhere. Refers down here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to select it. Right click, apply as column. I want the refer. I want that refer. So if you scroll up, you should see refer somewhere up here. Where did it go? Thought I added it. Hold on. Where's my refer? Right click, apply as column. Did I add it already? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'll lower it. I'll lower the column width size. I'm gonna bring it down to like 300, just so I can easily drag it. I want the refer. Drag the refer next to the destination IP. The destination IP in between the URI query and the destination IP. Okay, now too fast. Hold on. Yeah. Just drag it next to the URI query and the destination IP. Because that tells you what they went to, right? Before they got there. As you can see, first of all, give me a thumbs up if y'all got this. Give me a thumbs up. You can do it in the chat if you need to. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. All right, watch this. On this packet, let me give you an example of what I mean by somebody was referred to something versus they went to it. All right, I'm on packet 6949, as you can see on this screen. All right, the source. Oh, I'm sorry, let me switch it over. All right, here we go. This source IP made a GET request, which looks like it's a picture. It looks like it's a picture or something. If I scroll down, I can see, hold on. Whatever this code injection, whatever this is, this third party piece right here, they made a GET request for this. But how did they get there? They got there because they went to msn.com website. When they went there, that referred them to that. Something on that website took them there. So in these cases, we just do a slap on the wrist. We may, if this is a malicious website, this ad pro, ad safe, whatever, it was an ad that was on that website. If we see that, then we just block this website. You know, just tell the user be careful about where they surfing the web. But if we don't see that MSN.com and we just see this, they got some explaining to do. All right? That's how we set up the HTTP. Quiz. This for y'all. I'm gonna bring y'all up today. Here we go. What is the full path URI where Mimikatz can be came from? Before I show you that, real quick, let me show you something real quick. And I should have added the slides to this, but I didn't. But I'm gonna show you something. Bear with me. Let's say if I wanted to take this out. Now, on your VM, you should have on the internet, you should have or in your VM, you should have downloaded CyberChef. I'm just gonna use a regular joint for me. CyberChef, you can download it. It should be installed on your VM, so you can just easily go there without connected to the internet. Now, watch this. I use this faithfully at work. I use this faithfully at work every day, twice on Sunday. All right. Let's say if you wanted to take this, let's say if this was an indicator, this was something that you want to put into a ticket. And I want this URL that we're seeing. What you want to do now, you select the packet, you go to the packet details section. Now, you got to be very, very careful when you do this. I kind of recommend it, but we're in a VM, so you should be safe. You're going to right-click on this link. You're going to go to copy, and you're going to copy readable text. Printable text. I copy that. Now, I'm going to show you some stuff here. What I do in my job every day. I go here, you should have CyberChef. In the input section, I want you to Control V and paste it. Oh, it didn't go. Hold on. Did I copy it right? Let's see, copy. I've been having issues. Printable text. That should have worked for me. Oh. Don't like it. Hold on. Trial and error. Copy. Copy value. Let's copy the value. This should work. Paste. If you do right click on it and copy value, you should get that whole link there. Before you ever send indicators to a ticket or to an email saying y'all need to look this up and do sweeps, write this down. You need to defang it. Defang the indicator means to render it harmless. Hundreds of times a day, not hundreds of times a day. Maybe I'm exaggerating. But there's been times where users get a phishing email with a hot link in it that looks like this, and they just forward it to the SOC. Hey, I don't know if this email is legit or not. I just, no proper care, no proper handling of what could be potentially malicious. And here's another thing: the new way they're doing things, that they have on-click set up. Whereas if you just highlight on some of these, it could just fire off. That's why when you're in you said my side stuff don't look like that. I'm just looking at the VM. You don't see input. You don't see this. Wolf, I'm reading the chat. Give me a thumbs up if y'all seeing this view. If y'all have this in your VM, virtual machine, give me a thumbs up. Joshua. I see a few thumbs up. I see a few of them. Get me in the chat if you're not seeing that view. Yeah, throw a screenshot in there, Wolf. Let me see what you, so I can just make sure you throw a screenshot. But yeah, you should see this, right? Defang means to render it harmless. So before you even send this thing to anybody, you need to make sure it don't fire off for nobody else. It's like hot potato. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my bad. Hold on. Text me a screenshot on my phone so I can see it. Because I made some changes, right? So the way you would defang this link, and guess what? Write this down. You're going to do this with file names. You're going to do this with IP addresses. You're going to do this with URLs and file paths if you can. Okay? Here we go. I go to my operations section. I'm going to type defang. Defang URL. Yeah, anything with a period in it. All right, here we go. I'm going to drag this into my recipe section. And now I have a defanged link. This is what you put in the ticket. This is what you put in the report. This is what you will forward to the threat team or whatever. You don't forward this because it may fire off and now their system is affected. But this one takes all the hot links away so that you're not in that space. So when I ask you in this question, what is the full URL defanged? I want that. Okay.
So just confirm you got to search for defang and then you paste it in CyberShell. And then once you get the output, that's what you say.
Yeah. So you would search. Let me go over it. I will go over to the operations search link, type defang, and select, use the little hand wand, select the defang URL, and then drag it to the middle.
Drag it to the middle. All right.
And this will defang all your links, your URLs, and then that goes into. You took it. Okay. All right. So real quick, I'm gonna give you like 5 minutes to go through it because we're gonna make it happen. Wolf, I'm gonna see what's up. But here, you're gonna answer these questions, and I'm gonna show you how I do it. What's the full URI path of where the Mimikatz exe came from? If you want to search for exes real quick, I don't think I showed that. I showed it kind of. If you want to search for exes, if you do a Control F on here, Control F, and you see string up here, you want to leave it as string. Just type exe. That will filter your exe files. It should filter your exe files. Look for Mimikatz, and you will see where that came from, right? Who made the GET request? I want the IP address. Defanged. Was there a refer address in order for them to get there? If so, give me that, defanged. Was the traffic successful? So if I'm talking about successful traffic, we're looking at status codes, we're looking at flags. That would tell me if it was successful or not. What's the status code? The HTTP responses, correct. All right. So I'll give you 5 minutes, and then we're going to jump to the next protocol. Hey, Wolf, download that. Download the Top Chef file and install it in your VM. You might got to download it outside of it and install it. Yeah, I don't know why it looked like that. You might got to update your browser too.
You talking about for Chrome?
Yeah, for Chrome.
That thing that gave me so many issues this week at work.
Yeah, you got to update the browser.
But no, I'm saying updating the browser caused the issues. Like I can't access my McAfee EPO to look at my DLP alerts. So I can't open up the actual file to investigate it. So I got to open it up in Opera. So it's something our engineering team is actually working on, trying to figure out what's going on with SSL. So
Wait, real quick, this is recorded.
gotcha. Oh no, it ain't gonna be nothing bad.
You gotta leave that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you telling our insides
Oh,
to the whole world, huh?
Oh no, we got other ways.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go over that so y'all can see what I mean. And listen, y'all, again, this is from the farm to the table. When your boss walk into your environment and say, answer these questions for me, that's how it happens. Sometimes you get like a little piece of paper. Sometimes you get a little piece of paper and they say, give me some information.
Hey Marcus, I wasn't able to download the VM box because it's acting weird with Mac. Is it all right if I just download Chef Code fresh on my Mac?
You can. The only thing is, if your antivirus is on, it's going to catch that. It's going to catch that PCAP because that PCAP has that Mimikatz is malware. And for anybody who don't know, Mimikatz is Kobo Strike. We use that in pen test, and also attackers use this to break into people's machines. So if you are okay with looking at that PCAP on your system, go right along ahead and do that. It's really up to you, but I'm just trying to make sure everybody was safe by putting it in a virtual machine. If your antivirus on, it's going to catch it. That's the only reason why I did that. So, but yeah, go ahead. You can install it, or just use the browser one that I did.
Sounds good.
Cool. Give y'all 2 more minutes. Be right back. All right, we back. Answer some of these questions. Okay. What is the full URI path where the Mimi cats came from? Defanged. Here we go. If you're me, Control F, exe. I'm looking for request URI queries, because that would tell me file names, the resource, what we want to see. I don't know why that moved like that. And we're looking for Mimi cats. This takes forever. So you can also type in Mimi cats 64 exe, and it will take me to the packet. Here's the packet. And I see the full request URI right here. HTTP 10.10, whatever. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click on that, copy the value. I'm gonna go where? Cyber Chef. You throw this in the trash can. I'm gonna leave the defang there. I'm gonna paste. I have a defanged link. This goes into my ticket if I'm creating tickets. Okay. Here we go. So that's the first question. The second one, who made the GET request for the Mimi Cats resource? So if I'm going back, I go back to my PCAP. I'm still on that packet. Who am I looking for? The source. The source is what made that GET request. So my source IP is what? 10.10.10.3. Right click, copy, value. Go back to my Cyber Chef. Throw this in the trash. Paste. I'm going to remove the defanged URL. So I could trash that, and I'm going to drag in defanged IP address. There it is. That answers number 2. Okay. Number 3, was there a refer address associated with the GET request? If so, what is the refer address defanged? So I'll go back to my lab. I'm still on that packet, never moved. If I scroll over, do I see a refer? Absolutely. I see it here, and I can see it down here in the details page. So let's close some of this up. And I see a refer. So if I scroll down, here's the refer. What I'm gonna do, right click, copy value. Where am I going? Cyber Chef. We're going to remove the defanged IP address. We're going to remove that. Copy value is not available for me. Did you update do you have a new version of? Somebody said copy value is not available. So you right click on that, hit copy, and you don't see value here listed. I'm reading the chat for somebody. Do you see anything listed? All right, so here we go. Copy value. If you can't copy it like that, guess what you can do? You can do analyze, follow, HTTP stream on that packet, It's going to load it. And guess what you can do now? You can copy, you can highlight. You can highlight the refer, right click and copy it that way. So there's ways to get it, but that's just the easiest way that I've seen. You can analyze that packet, do a Control C if you want to. That way you're not clicking on anything. Guess what I'm going with it? Let me close this. I'm taking it here. I'm inputting it there. I'm going back where? Define URL. Drag it to the middle. There's my answer. All right. Was the traffic successful? If so, what is the status code? How do I know if it was successful, y'all? Here we go. Going back to that same packet. Listen, y'all, I've never left the packet. I've never left that packet. And the questions that they want to ask usually comes from one packet. I see the three-way handshake. TCP, TCP, TCP. How do I know if it's the three-way handshake? Send, act, get. How else do I know if it happened? Sometimes the status codes don't show up here. So how would I figure that out? I would go to where? Analyze, follow, same packet, HTTP string. What did my server give me? HTTP 200, okay. That's my answer. That's HTTP traffic, y'all. Any questions about that? Trying to find where I put everybody. Hold on.
Can you walk through number 2 again?
Number 2?
If you don't, yeah.
Yeah. Who made the GET request? Yes, absolutely. All right, here we go. If I'm filtering on that packet, I have it highlighted. There's always going to be a source, and there's always going to be a destination. So another way is just make sure that somebody wrote in the chat that that these are lined in order. So time, source IP, destination. Source IP, source port, request method, protocol, host, request URI path, query, refer if there's one, and then there's a destination IP. That's where they're getting the resource from, or that's where they're going to. Destination port length. Oh, status code 200. I didn't see that at first. But anyways, how do I know who went where? So we have already filtered off. Let's go find Mimikatz. The IP information is going to be found in the IP protocol section. This IP, the source, made the GET request to that host for that information. So here we go. I select that packet, I hit the drop down, and I see my source IP. You can see it here, or you can see it here, or you can see it here. So it's going to be that 10.10.3. That's the IP that made that GET request to that resource. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. Any more questions before we move on to the next protocol? I can't find everybody. Hold on. Other people. Oh, yeah. Give me thumbs up if y'all can see. All right, I see thumbs up everywhere. Wonderful. There we go. I'm sharing my screen again. I lost everybody. Can y'all see me?
Yeah, we can see your screen. You're on your desktop, right?
Y'all can't see me though. Yeah, I don't know what I did with the thing. We're just gonna roll with it. Yeah, I had everybody up, but all right, here we go. I need to fix that because that was helping me with that was kind of helping me with making sure I see people. Maybe I use the chat. When I ask for the thumb up, just put it in the chat. That way I can see it easier. Because I'm on one screen right now. All right, so here we go. Next one. That was HTTP. Practice, 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 practice. Here we go. Next one. SMTP. What's this? Single mail or simple mail transfer protocol. This is used to send, receive emails. Okay, this runs on TCP port 25, and it runs at the application layer of both the TCP and OSI models. Okay, here's how it works. Here's how it works. This is a diagram I created. Those who took my SOC class, you've seen this. All right. It starts off with an MUA. MUA is the mail user agent. So that could be Google Mail, Gmail, it could be Thunderbird, it could be Outlook, it could be whatever the agent, whatever the program that is installed on your system. That is the MUA. The MUA, the sender, will send an email. And when they send that email over SMTP, it's going to go through several MTAs. MTAs are the mail transfer agents. These are the different agents that will just transfer that data, that email across the internet. Okay. The last MTA on your side is the sending email server, your exchange server. That's going to be your last MTA on your side. All right. Before it touches the internet. Once it goes over the internet to the other side, the other IP, that's the organization's server, exchange server, MTA. And this is just a short picture, based upon my knowledge of it. You may see 4 or 5 or 6 MTAs on each side. But I'm just showing you that each side has an MTA. Once that last MTA gets it, it goes through the MDA, which is very important, which is what we kind of going to focus on in this next section. The MDA is the mail delivery agent. So anytime you go on your phone and you look at your email and you hit that scroll, like to try the send receive button, that send receive button is pulling the emails from the MTA, from the MDA to your system. Okay, so the MDA, the mail delivery agent, is the agent that is used that has your emails to come down to your system. The receiver, the MUA on their side is pulling it from the MDA. So that's how they get it. The send receive, or if you do like the drop on your phone to pull down more emails, it's pulling it from the MDA, which got it from the MTA. Okay. MDA uses IMAP. IMAP protocol, which is different from SMTP, but the new way of doing it is IMAP is the new protocol used for the MDAs. All right. What's IMAP? Internet Message Access Protocol. Allowed to use, so anytime you get the same email on your laptop as well as your phone, because there's an MDA that you can pull those emails from. You can see it on TCP port 143 in some cases. If it's encrypted email, you'll see it on 993. This runs at the application layer of both the TCP and OSI models as well. But on the PCAP that you're about to look at, you're not going to see those ports, but you'll see the protocol. All right. What do I care about? What columns do I care about? I care about the number. I care about the time. I care about the source IP, source port, the protocol, just to make sure you're at the right place, the destination port, the length. And then we care about the short header information, the from, to, subject, content type, and info. All right. So let's go to our lab. what I want y'all to do is we're going to close out. So now that we have HTTP set, we have the HTTP set here. If you go down here to your profile, what I want you to do is change it from HTTP traffic and go back to default. All right. And you might have some funny stuff here. But that's fine. Don't worry about that. We're gonna clean it up. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and close this one out. And what we're gonna do is go to the other PCAP, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on SMTP. Exercise, SMTP. Let's open that up. You should have a default setup here. You may see some funny columns, but we're gonna clean it up to make it look clean. So, using how I taught you, let's go ahead and we're going to first, let's go ahead and select the filter. So the filter, let's select the filter first. No, let's do the configuration profile first. So we're going to go to edit, configuration profiles. We're going to do a plus sign, and I'm going to do SMTP. I'm going to name mine as SMTP traffic. Hit OK. I should be set to SMTP traffic in my profile. Now we're going to add the rest of the stuff. Okay. Let's go add a filter. So in the top right, hit the plus sign. We're going to label this SMTP traffic. We're going to do a filter. SMTP all lowercase. SMTP all lowercase. It should turn green. Press enter. Now it should be filtered. If I click this SMTP traffic, I should be filtering on all SMTP information. In the chat, because I lost the screen where I can see everybody's thumbs up. In the chat, give me a thumbs up if you got this. Yeah, yes, or a thumbs up. Really don't matter. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. All right. So now, looking at this, here we go. Oh, sorry. We're going to add our columns in. So here we go. If I go back to my slides, we got the number of packets already. The number of packets already there. We got the time. We got source IP. But we need source port. I need source port. I need destination port. We got the protocol there. We got length there. We got info. But we need the other stuff. So how do I get that? All right. Here we go. Follow me. Any of these packets, right? Let's go to packet 31. I'm going to select packet 31. And what I'm going to do is let's hit the drop down. No, it's not giving me what I want. One of these got it. Let's do. So here's where we got to move around on this PCAP stuff. All right. This is it. All right, here we go. So we want the source port, right? So let's go ahead and let's click on the transport protocol. And we're going to do source port. Let's go to find source port, apply as column. I'm going to drag that in front of the source IP. Let's go ahead and drag protocol after the source port. We have the destination IP here. Let's go ahead and add destination port. So under TCP, we're going to right click applies column. We're going to drag that next to destination. So you should see number, time, source, source port, protocol, destination, destination port, length, info. Now we need the rest of the stuff. What's the rest of the stuff? The from, to, subject, content type, info. Okay. Here we go. Let's go ahead and we're just going to click around. We're going to click around. I forgot which packet gave me that information. I might have to add the TCPs. Recipient. All right, so I'm on packet 93. Recipient is 2. Who received it, right? That's the recipient. So let's go ahead and right click on 2 where it says request parameter. It should give me, I'm on packet 93. I'm under SMTP. Request parameter, right click, applies column. This should give me what I want. No, that's not it. Let's remove that request parameter. Let's remove the filter as well, because I may be missing something that I need to see. Why am I not seeing my filters? No, I could add them, but all right, here we got mail from. Let me see if I add this command line. That's not what I want. There's an easy way and there's a hard way, okay? Oh, I am so tripping, y'all. Where it says this traffic here, right? That's SMTP. Remember what I was saying. And this happens on the job. Sometimes you get this, right? Remember I was saying we're going to worry about IMAP. Because this is how we're going to answer the next few questions. IMAP, internet message access protocol, is used to download the emails. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to add another filter. So go to the top. We're going to add another filter. And let's go ahead and delete that SMTP traffic filter. We don't need that because I forgot. This one, we're going to rename it to SMTP traffic. But instead of SMTP for the filter, we're going to type IMF. IMF, it should turn green. Press OK. Then we're going to click it again. This should filter on what we want to see. All right. So now I should see this protocol, SMTP/IMF. That means that mail delivery agent has downloaded this on the machine. Okay, here we go. So I'm just gonna click one of these. I'm on packet 109 right now. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you see this, if you got this. See 1 thumbs up. See 2. 3 thumbs up in the chat. I can't see y'all on the regular view. All right, here we go. So IMF, that's what we're going to use. Now we can add the rest. So as we can see at the bottom, you're going to see in the details, packet details, IMF, internet message format. Hit the drop down. Now we cook it with grease. Here we go. We got the from. That's what we're going to do. Right click from, applies column. Leave it where it is. What else we want? 2. Right click, applies column. So now I should see the from, the 2, who it went to. What else we want? Subject line. Very important. Right click, apply as column. I got my subject line. Let me tell y'all something. There's some weird emails these users be getting that contain malware. Date. I should have added that to the slide. We're going to add it here. Let's find date, apply as column. Now, this date is different from the other time date. Before I tell you what that means, let's go ahead and change the date and time format here to what? UTC. So let's just make sure this time format is in UTC. We're going to go to view, time display format, UTC. Yes, TK, UTC. There it is. All right. Now, what's the difference between this time and this date? The difference is the date that you see here is when the user received that email. You may sometimes see information or see alert where a user clicked on a phishing email or malicious link, and you got to find out what email did they send or email did they use or click on or did they receive that got them there. Sometimes they clicking on emails from the past. Somebody cleaning up their mailbox and they say, "Oh, this looks interesting," and they clicking on some link. You know what I'm saying? That happens a lot in the game. And so I leave the date there so I can know if I need to do a sweep. If I need to do a sweep in the network for this particular email, I know what date that joint got sent to the user, and I know what time frame I need to be searching to see if anybody else got it. And how do I know who else got it? The two lines should tell you who got it. Okay. So we got the from, we got the to, we got the date, we got the subject line. You know what else we want? We want the content type. So let's right click on content type. Content type tells me what they went after. What did that email contain? Apply this column. Here we go. Some of these are, you know, you can change the width of it. I'm dropping this down to 200. Ain't no email that long in the world. You can knock some of these down to like 200, just so you can get a cleaner look. So I got the date and I got what they want. Now, this is your filter. Okay, it's set on IMF. You got the IMF profile set. Now watch this. How am I doing this day to day? Let me knock this down. Hold on. Change this to 100. Even that was generous. Now watch this. I got the IP address of where that email came from, the destination of where it went to. I got the sender, who sent it. Now, write this down because I didn't put this in the slides. Write this down. Let's say if I'm on this packet right here, I'm on packet 1111. It may say Dave. Anything that's inside the bracket, the greater than or less than bracket, is who it came from. This is how people get spoofed on their phones. It's because they see an email and it says, Steve Jobs sent you something. But it may be coming from somebody else. So anytime you see the from and you see whatever's in that bracket, that's who it really came from. That's who it really came from. Okay. If you don't see any brackets, on the from, then that's where it came from. But if you see a name, then you see brackets. Don't look at the name. Don't look at Dave. Look at whatever's inside of the greater than or less than bracket, because that's going to tell you where the email came from. That's the sender. That's the real sender. Okay. Now, in the SOC space, how I'm handling this. This is cute or whatever for your enjoyment, but guess how I'm doing this? I'm exporting these joints. So watch this. Let me just click one of these joints. All right, let's click on one. I'm trying to find one that has something that we can look at, right? Your password, right? Let's go to packet number 1848. 1848. And we're just looking at the from. It's from Your Life. You're going to get an email from Your Life. You're going to get a Blanco, whatever. It's going to Blanco Fubu. And we got something that says your password don't screw, right? Guess how I'm handling this? Let's say if I want to look for this email and I want to analyze it. I go down to the IMF in the package details section. First, I highlighted it here. I go down here. And I go to the subject line. What am I doing with the subject line? Right click, copy, value. If that don't work, you can, again, analyze, follow TCP stream. You should see it there as well. You can select that and copy it if you want to, okay? And again, look what the email is telling you. It got, look, I got your password, don't mess around. I know your whole family. I watched what you did last night. They talking greasy to you. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this. Let's say if I wanted to analyze that PCAP, 1848, or I want that email. On my job, this is what I'm doing. File, follow me, file, exports, IMF. Here's all the emails. I'm looking for that Your Life guy. Paste. Here's the email I want. Select. Save. I usually save this in, you can save it wherever you want to, but I usually save it in my downloads folder. All right. So wait, can you do that part slow? Which part? Export. Okay. How to export files. I go to File. I select the packet I want. I select what I want, right? You're going to still get whatever you're looking for, but the reason why I select it is so I can know what am I looking for. So let's say if I'm looking for this subject line email, and they got a bunch of emails in here. I go to File. I copy that subject line first. I go to File. I go to Export Objects. And then I do IMF. IMF gonna give me all the emails that the MDA has been used to pull down on that user's machine. That the packet, that the PCAP or the traffic has been captured on the network. I then will paste in the text filter that subject line. I now have the email I want. It's going to be in the EML file. I select it. I click Save. It's going to, and I pick a file location where I want it. It's going to be in my desktop or downloads. I put it in my downloads. I already saved it, as you can see right there. Guess what I'm doing now? CyberChef. Trash that. And I'm just going to upload it. So in CyberChef, you'll see the open file as input. Under the input section, you're gonna click on this. Select your file. I have my EML file. And I hit open. I can view headers in this to see what it contains. So on my job, this is what I'm doing. Right? Let's say if I wanted to see, some pertinent information. So if I'm reading this thing, it looks like they're trying to get them to sign up on the web link. For some reason, this doesn't extract all the URLs, but it would extract the domains. These type of emails don't do that. I don't know why that's the case. But if I'm in the search bar, let's say if I wanted to take that URL out, I either could copy this out, or I could just do extract, type extract in the search prompt. Somebody put, wouldn't that be in the email header too? Yes, but we're pulling indicators. You can view the email header in the actual PCAP if you want. But for me, I just want the indicators from it. I just download the email myself. Sometimes it's better to even just look at the full email yourself and pull it, without going through all that. Now on the interview, they make, like in my SOC class, we go through the whole email. We read the long header. We're checking the security checks because those are interview questions. But for the sake of just doing it day to day, give me the email and I'll pull it myself. They got links in there. Boom. I extract the URLs. I type extract up here, and you can extract several things. For some reason, it's not pulling the URL like I want with these emails from this sample, which is different, right? But it will pull a domain. I have domains here. So what am I doing with these domains? I can copy these. I can run them in VirusTotal. But guess what else we're going to do? We want to defang them. Let's say if all these are malicious. We know Yahoo's not. That's legit. But let's say if all these are malicious. I can copy these, throw it into a ticket. You know what else this has? It has a Bitcoin wallet. You'll be surprised. People actually do this. So I got the Bitcoin wallet here I could take as an indicator, copy that out, add it to the ticket. I got email addresses. Let's say if I want to get the email addresses. Extract email, drag it. I got my emails. What I want to do with that? Defang. You do defang URL on it, still will defang it for you. Or you can manually defang the emails because they're not hyperlinked. But that's all I do. You know what I'm saying? I just pull these indicators out, throw them into the threat platform if I want to. And there it is. All right. Any questions about that? I need to see who. Give me a thumbs up if y'all understood that information. See a few thumbs up just so I can see our faces now. Give me a thumbs up. I need to change the view of this. See thumbs up. Wonderful, wonderful. Cyber Chef has saved a lot of. I love Cyber Chef. I love Cyber Chef. All right, here we go. Sharing my screen again. Now this is for y'all. Quiz. With the subject line, hurry up and pay. Ganja man. Who sent the email? Who received the email? What time was the email sent? Remember, we got 2 times. You got the UTC time, but you got the date. The date tells me when it was actually sent. The UTC time tells me when it was captured on the network, that traffic of dealing with that email. And lastly, what was the website the user was asked to go to, defanged? I'll give you 5 minutes to go over that, and yeah. Let me pull my chat up. Can't see everybody. Do you approach everything with the same level of intensity? Absolutely. Or are there some that you could tell that are more dangerous? Yes, the more you see this stuff, the more you can look and say, all right, like when you look at the content types, you can tell if you're dealing with something bad or not. Because the content type either, if it's an HTML content type, I'm a little bit more, because now I have to extract that. Now I gotta download that actual HTML file, and I will use a different tool for that. Or I could just use it. I could just read the header, the HTTP response or the response header from the server, the Exchange server, and get the links from there. I could pull that, copy that out, and throw it in the CyberShell and export and do my defames and stuff like that. It's just I just see it every day. And let me just break it down to you, right? My 9-to-5 job, Monday through Friday, I'm a security engineer with a primary focus of malware analysis. So we analyze malware every day. Every day, Monday through Friday, I'm looking at a malware sample. So I know what things look like because I'm used to seeing it. Then tonight, when I log out of here, when I finish with y'all, I work in a SOC on my contract. And guess what I got to look at there? Phishing emails all day long. That's it. So I'm looking at phishing emails all day. And so you get used to seeing different things that people are doing, different types of samples. And you get used to, and you get to look at it and say, oh, this is that. But you got to you got to see it all the time in order for it to happen, right? And so so I'm giving you this, what I'm going to do tonight, and what I'm going to do Monday through Friday. This is what we're doing. You can take it from the table from the farm to the table. Right now, this is your farm. This lab session is your farm. The table is your job on Monday. Those that work in the SOC, and and also having all this stuff set up like this, you cut down a lot of your analysis time. How do you manage so many alerts? Tips. Doing stuff like this, already having your filters set up so you can easily answer questions. If you see something that you've never seen before. Now, for me as a malware guy, I'm an engineer, but I do malware. That's our main job. Knowing how to, that CyberShell has been helpful, and I wish I had some samples I could show y'all like right now. A lot of this stuff gets obfuscated. And I use different sandboxes. I got a malware VM that I can break down malware and stuff. But sometimes you want to throw it in CyberShell to pull, to decode things. Sometimes that stuff get decoded, encoded, and obfuscated. And the purpose of it is so they can slow you down. Once I know how to de-obfuscate something, I save that. I save those steps, and that helps me when I'm dealing with stuff on the job that, oh, I've seen this before. Oh, use this decryption. Oh, I've seen this before. Look for this response or look for that. And so a lot of it is just getting muscle memory. It's taking notes. It's keeping a cheat sheet of things so that when you run into it again, because it's not always going to happen, but when you run into it again, you straight. You good, In the SOC space, you're getting thousands of alerts. But you could tune out a bunch of them. And watch this. You may get 15,000 alerts one day, and maybe only 20 of them real. So how do you handle that? How do I handle that? Or how did I handle that in the SOC? I end up studying the system, studying the logs, looking at the logs. What is legit? What is not legit? Once I know what legit looks like, then I know what's not legit. And the legit that I know that's legit, I tune that out so I can catch the real stuff. So that's another tip that you want to do too. How do you get fatigued from the work? Are you asking how, or are you asking, is it how do I get fatigued? Or how do I don't get fatigued? I'm sorry. How do I don't get fatigued on the job? because you get a lot of alerts, right? Switch it up. I'll switch it up, right? If I keep seeing the same alert, I'm tuning it out. You know what I'm saying? Listen, if it's ain't, because that's where alert fatigue comes from. You're getting all these alerts and it's the same thing. It's the same, and it's all legit. Tune it out. And also another way that you don't get fatigued is you threat hunt. You go looking for malware. You go look for incidents that are not reported, that the tools don't even report. So what keeps me from being fatigued from this job is I'm trying to find. Listen, I want the Purple Heart. I want a gold medal for finding an APT threat actor. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta go look for it, which means that I gotta study on my off time to if anybody seen my Twitter, the number one reason why I have Twitter was my boss in 2019 said that if you want to be up on your cyber game, get a Twitter account, because 9 times out of 10, those attacks are going to be posted there before it go public, before it make it to the news. If anybody's seen my Twitter page, you will see me repost stuff that I will be taking and studying so that I can be a better analyst of where I'm at. My Twitter is at Commandante Bowie. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Commandante. He said this class is blue magic. Yeah, she be in the competition and better than the competition, folks. My Twitter is Commandante Bowie. I follow people. I wish I could show y'all my timeline. I follow people. My timeline is different. Now I see some goofy stuff. I see some of the famous people like Booby and all these different people. I will see some of their stuff. But my main joint, my main timeline is all tech. It's malware, it's bug bounty, it's pen testing, it's all this different stuff that I look at. He said, I ain't famous. This man posted a video of him sweating, and they going crazy over this man. They going crazy over Booby over that joint. But yeah, listen. I follow my number one reason why I have Twitter is to keep up with the cyber attacks. When I meet different people on Twitter, that's extra. Sometimes I don't even look at the followers. Sometimes I don't even look at that. Unless somebody say, hey, I'm about to follow you for something. Then I would look and I would see, all right, boom, let me follow back or something like that. Because my main reason is I need to be good. Like, you really got to be a student of the game. So those that's not in the field right now, that you're trying to get into this job, you really got to be a geek about it. It is so easy. It's going to be so easy to get left behind in that place. And you don't want to get in the SOC and stay there long. You want to be able to move up and move around, and that's your foot in, but you want to make your presence known once you get in there. You know what I'm saying? So my Twitter, you will see me repost. Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good content. The attackers are doing this now. Okay, so guess what I do? I take what I see on Twitter and I create content, whether it's in Splunk, whether it's in CrowdStrike, whether it's in any different type of tool. I go look for that to see if I find it. And if I find it, guess who get the kudos? Me. You know what I'm saying? So I get free content on Twitter because the bug bounty people post it. Follow bug bounty people. They post it. You know why they post it? Because the bug that they found, they're not getting paid for it. So they post it. So he says, y'all ain't gonna give me no money, I'm gonna post that joint. You know what I'm saying? That's where we at with that. So that's on my Twitter page. Late Night Grind Group, yeah. Yeah, I be posting some stuff, man. Do I do bug bounties? I do not, but at some point I will. I just look at how they do things and look for it. That's how I figured out. You know how I found that they used the 403 and 401. Then I see the 2. That's a bug. They found a bug in that you can see 403 and most the average admin will see a 401 status code and a 403 status code and say, oh, nothing happened. But they ain't looking for the 200s after it. You know what I'm saying? When we're gonna see some detection engineering contact. Man, listen, I got something brewing right now. I just gotta get past these certifications that I want, and I'm gonna hook y'all up. I got something nasty in this lab right now. You seen the lab. I got something nasty in this lab right now. But I can't post it yet. I got some big fish to fry real quick. And we're gonna make it happen. All right, real quick. Here we go. I'm gonna answer these questions for y'all. What's the subject line? With the subject line, hurry up and pay Ganja Man. Who sent that email? All right, watch me. I'm in my PCAP. I'm telling y'all, this is from the farm to the table. I'm in my PCAP. File, export. This is IMF, internet message internet message format. What am I looking for? Ganja Man or whatever? Boom. Who sent it? Your Life 36 at whatever. But just to make sure we on the right path here, I'm gonna go ahead and say that email anyway into my downloads folder. Save, close, drop, open it up, hurry up and pay. And I can just look at it here, or I can look at it there. But the reason why I do it here is so I can easily grab those indicators and bounce. Go to my next step. So Your Life, that's my user. Here's another thing that CyberChef is good at. You can add multiple tabs. So I throw another tab up here. Paste. What I want, y'all. Defang. I do URL. In a perfect world, you want to defang the @ symbol, right? It's not going to go nowhere, but I mean, there it is, right? Okay, what's the next question? Who received the email? Real easy. Everything right there. Everything right there, y'all. Let's go back. Who received it? I know what you did last summer. IKWL, whoever this guy is. Copy. I already got the filter set. That's what I'm going to do. Add it. Defanged. You can defang the @ sign if you want. I usually do that. I defang everything. I don't want no accidents on my name. Here we go. What time was the email sent? I'm going back to that. You can look at this. And I take the date. Saturday, June 1st, 2019. I don't really add all this extra like plus sign and stuff. I just do this. Copy. Paste. You're not going to be able to defang this. It's cool, though. You don't got to defang the date. Just the indicator, not the date. All right, here we go. What was the website the user was asked to go to? Defanged. I'm back. Let's go back to the email. I scroll down. They be talking about embarrassing people and I'm a snitch and you ain't going to do nothing. I would take this Bitcoin wallet out too. This is an indicator, right? But here's the URL they asked them to. Go ahead, sign up, copy. And that playful, that packs full, whatever. I take that. It's already defanged. That's another reason why I use it. So I'm not manually doing it. I just go here, copy it out. There's no hyperlinks here. I could do extract domains if I want to. If I want to extract the URL or the domain. In the perfect world, that extract URL will work. I don't know why it's not working with these emails, but if I want to extract the domain, I can just take all these and defang them as is if I want to. So they ask them to go here and they ask them to go here in that email. All right. Defang it, throw that joint in the ticket. Any questions about that? Give me a thumbs up. TK says, how you know if it's AM or PM? How do I know if it's AM or PM? Watch this. How do I know if it's AM or PM? Because I'm not looking at that date. I'm looking at this. In the header, because we don't have the header here, in the email header, you will see the time zone, the long header. It should give you the time zone of where they were. It should give you if it was UTC or whatever. If it's in military time, that's easier. But in the long header, you should see that information, I believe. Whether they got it or not, whatever time they got it, it's less important than what day they got it. So if I know it on January 1st, June 2019, that's when that email was sent to them. Write this down, y'all. If a user clicked on it January 1st, 2019, and you're trying to do a sweep in your network for whoever else got it, I'm checking. I'm going to do a sweep from May 31st, 2019 and January 2nd. So I'm going to do a day before and a day after. I'm going to do a whole sweep for that URL, for that subject line or that sender. I'll do that first. If you don't see any traction there, then go back the last 30 days to see if it was sent earlier. So write that down in analysis steps. That's what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Most tools would have like Microsoft O365, Defender. You can just throw that in there, do an all-time search to see who got it, right? You can do that. But analysis steps for me, I'm gonna do a day before and day after. If I don't see no hits there, then I'm gonna do 30 days. You know, we got the indicators. We got what we want from it. We got the URL, we got the sender. That's what I'm gonna do, block both of them. So if anybody just so happened to be like, you know, the guy that just so happened to click on this old email, if they following it in their footsteps, guess what they're gonna do? They click on the link or whatever, we already blocked it. So you just save yourself an alert in your logs. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. All right, next one. We got 1 hour. We got 1 hour. Next one, y'all. Here we go. 1 hour. We're going boom, boom, boom. All right. RDP. Why do I care about RDP? Because that's lateral movement, y'all. In the pen test, we go crazy over RDP. In the pen test. I did a pen test where we just was RDPing into everything. You know what I'm saying? But this is tricky because the wave of the packet is tricky. And I don't have a diagram for this, but I have the sequence of packets. What's RDP? Remote Desktop Protocol. Attackers love this. When they get into a network, especially a Windows network, they will use this to pivot. This is one of their tools that they can use to pivot. One of, you know, there's many, but this is one of. RDP is used to allow remote desktop. Now, if you was taking my SOC class, you will be using this protocol to get to my lab. Those that have taken my SOC class that's on the call, y'all did that before. Y'all had the RDP to me. TCP port 3389 is the default port for remote desktop. It runs at the application layer, the OSI TCP IP models. But watch this. For a more secure handling of the authentication of the user and client in the Windows environment, they use CRED SSP, which is Credential Security Support Provider Protocol. And that handles the authentication of username and password from the client to the remote server. Now, what are the steps for that? And I kind of made it easier because I don't have a diagram for it. And it was hard to find PCAP for this. What you gonna see? Now, this is the info tab. That's another reason why we leave the info tab up here, is because it will give me what I want to see, right? So watch this. I want to see the three-way handshake first. You see the send, act, and act first. Then you'll see the client greeting. So the client is making a greeting to the server. That's the client hello. Write this down because it's not on the slides. This ignored unknown record. The ignored unknown record is the encrypted packet that you don't see. Most of the time, and I'm going to show you what I mean by that, most of the time, that is the cookie, the session cookie that you're going to be using to remote in. And sometimes it has a username tied to it or administrator or something like that. But I'll show you how to find that, right? The PCAP that we're going to use is not, there's certain steps that you have to do to decrypt it. There's a lot of content out there that will show you how to decrypt RDP traffic. It has to be set up first before you even capture the traffic. This is a PCAP that we found online somewhere, and it wasn't decrypted like we wanted, so you can see some of the stuff. But I'm just going through the steps of what you need to look for if you want to see a successful RDP session. So watch this. The client greeting. You see the client hello there. Server greeting. Server says hello. Here's my information. The hello is done. You know what I'm saying? Then you're going to see the credential, the client initial credential exchange. You see the client key exchange right here. Client key exchange. Finish. Then you see the server validating that. So the server is going to validate it with the NTLM, NT manager, security something provider, right? Yeah, security support provider. I call it a brain freeze. All right, here we go. You see the negotiate first, then you see the challenge. The challenge is coming from the server. They're going to challenge these credentials. They're going to challenge it. Then guess what you're going to see? Username. So this is what the user is trying to log in as, administrator. On that domain, IT help. Then you'll start seeing the client session. You'll start seeing the CRED SSP traffic in the PCAP, right? And as you can see, look, channel join request, confirm. That's when you get that pop-up. Hey, you about to log into this box. Do you want to, and you click yes or no, and they click yes. Then you start seeing the encrypted stuff where you can't really look at the traffic, right? But these are the steps for RDP. Now, what do we care about? What columns do we want? I want the number of the packet, I want the time, I want the source IP, I want the source port. I want the protocol, I want the destination IP, the destination port. I want the length of the packet. Why do I want the length of the packet? Because depending on how big or how small, it kind of gives you an illusion of they type something. You're not going to see, that's other thing, you're not going to see what they type. But if you see longer encrypted packets, see longer session, and bigger lengths of data, that means that they typing something in there. They must be moving around on directories or something in that session, right? I want the handshake type. The handshake type will show you the handshake information that we just saw. I want the server name that tells me what they try to remote into. I want the printable string. Printable string will tell you some more information. And then I want the info tab just to make sure we're catching everything up. Okay? All right. So let's go back to our lab real quick. We here. Let's go ahead and close out. So we have SMTP, good. Let's go ahead and close that out. Let's go to our PCAP, and we're going to use RDP exercise. What we doing, y'all? If your time is not set here, go ahead and change the time format to UTC. We're going to do edit. I'm sorry, view. Display time format. Make sure it's set to UTC date and time. Okay. Now, what we want? We need filters. Let's create the configuration profile first. Let's go to edit. Configuration profile. Now this one we're going to call it RDP traffic. RDP traffic. Click OK. I should be under the RDP profile traffic. Okay. We're gonna look at a few filters here because that's going to give us some of these different profiles, right? So let's do plus sign. We're gonna label this RDP traffic. We're gonna filter this off as which protocol? We can use several protocols here. We can do RDP, but I want to do CRED SSP. Let's do CRED SSP because it should give us what we want to see. And if we need to filter it again, we'll filter it. Because we also want to see the TCP handshake. So we want to use this filter when we need to. So let's go ahead and hit OK. And right now, let's select RDP traffic just so we can see what we want to see, right? So in the chat, give me a thumbs up if you're seeing this in the chat. I can't see the main screen no more. Give me a thumbs up. See you, Booby. I see you. Make sure it's in the chat. I can't see everybody else. All right, we good. All right, here we go. Now watch this. Let's add the columns we want. What's the columns? We got time. Let's go ahead and fix that time format. File. Sorry, view. Baz, Officer Baz. What's up, man? Display format. My
What's
man
up?
Baz is on the call. The legend, y'all. Hey, y'all, this is the legend of DOE right here, y'all. Right here. This guy right here. My man. Here we go. Time. Let's go ahead and make sure the time is set to UTC. Okay. We got the source. What else we need? We need source port, we need destination port, and we need this other stuff. We've already filtered it on what we need, right? So let's just follow me. Source. And let's go ahead. I'm selecting packet 14. Let's go to where we're going to get that port from. TCP. Drop down TCP. Select source port. Jeff White. What's going on, Jeff White? Right click. Apply as column. So I have source. Let's go ahead and drag source port next to source IP. We need what else? Destination port. Let's apply that as column. We're going to drag where? Destination port next to destination IP. Let's go ahead and throw protocol in between source port and destination so we know what's going on. You see 3389, that's the default port. We got info here, and it's already filtered for what we need to get the rest of the stuff from. So let's go down to the packet details. And as you can see, this uses TLS for its security. But we want to expand credentials security support provider because it has information we want. And we'll just expand all this. Let's just expand all of it. All right. I'm just expanding everything. All right. What's that one we're looking for? handshake type. Oh, sorry. Handshake type. Is that here? I might need to filter on another protocol to get that information. So how do I do that? Let's see, TLS. Let's drop down on TLS. It's not here. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead. At the top, where you see CRED SSP, hit the X on that. That removes that filter for us. Okay. In the search part, let's just type RDP real quick, because that may give me what I want to see. If I click RDP, type RDP in there and click enter. This filters on RDP traffic. And at the bottom, you'll see some information here. Just click on remote desktop client, remote desktop protocol in the packet details section. And just hit drop down, because some of this information, we got client name. Here we go. We might want to throw this up there too. I'm trying to find out where I got that. Again, a lot of this stuff, but we got the name here. I'm trying to find out where did I get that information. Malform packet. Let's go ahead and click the X on this filter. And let's go ahead to where it says, let's click on packet 17, where it has the username information. I think this is where I got it from. We got username, we got the host name. Let's go ahead and add this too. I should have threw this up there. But right now, before we do handshake type, let's go ahead and let's right click on, we're on packet 17. We're at the CSSP, create SSP protocol, and we drop it down everything. We drop it down everything. And you see NTLM, secure service provider, the authentication. We're going to drop down. Oh, we got NetBIOS, all that. Yeah, we need all this. Let's put this up there, because this is going to help you, right? Let's go ahead and scroll down, and what we're looking for. There you go. Let's go ahead and throw domain up there. So domain name, we're going to right click, apply as column. So I have a domain name. We have a username, right click, apply as column. Very nice. We got host name, right click, apply as column. So that's the host that they're logging into, the name of it. Okay. The target name is really where they're trying to go. So let's go ahead and right click on target name. So scroll up in that, you should see attribute target name. And what we want is the target name itself. We're going to right click on this, apply as column. So this is the host that they're using. The target is what they're trying to go to. Okay, we got the domain that they're using, we got the username that they're using, we got the host that they're using, and we got where they're trying to remote to. That's the target. Okay. You used to could be able to see, now if this was decrypted, you can see the password in here, but we don't. And I can't for the life of me find the handshake request. Handshake type. Hold on. The handshake type, we can kind of just see it in info. Because we kind of got what we need. We got what we need that you would need to answer the questions. But I need to figure out, where did I find handshake type? What you're seeing right now, me going through this, like trying to find, this is how we do on the job. So you getting the unadulterated what it looks like when you're in the SOC. I can't find that thing. I don't know where it's at. This is how we do things in the SOC space. For the sake of time, we can try to find that later. But right now, this is what we have. Now I wanted to show you something, right? So let's go back. Now, if we're looking at this, right, we got time, source port, protocol, destination port, length, domain name, username, host name, target name. That's where they're trying to go to. But we see three-way handshake. Remember, what we see first, three-way handshake. Client, hello, how you doing? And acknowledgement. You see the acknowledgement means that I accept your request. We see the server talking back. We see the key exchange. We see the negotiate. So let's check it. Let's verify what you got going on. Here's the challenge. Put that username in there. Client data usually gives us client data usually gives us like the password. If this was decrypted, you would see like the password. But we don't have that information there. And then from there, you get the join, attach join, and there it is. There it is. Okay. All right. So that's basic. But what I wanted to show you was, I want y'all to go to, real quick, I'm gonna see if it shows up here. Remember, we were talking about credentials. I go to tools, click credentials. It's not loaded here because it's not decrypted. Our RDP, it's not fully decrypted. If it was decrypted, you'll see the credentials there. But I want to show you something. Remember, I was telling you about the cookie, the session cookie. Let's click on packet number 4. The first ignored unknown record. Click on packet number 4. Let's do analyze, follow, and we can do TLS. It's not here. Where is it? Let's do the next one. Hold on. Let's scroll up. Let's do packet number 5. Packet number 5. Analyze TCP. All right. You see where it says cookie? MSTS hash. MSTS hash. This is the session cookie, the administrator cookie that they're trying to use to remote into do RDP. So I just wanted to show y'all that when you see that form data, ignore unknown record, just go ahead and follow the TCP string or the TLS string, and it will give you the session cookie for that. Any questions about that? Give me a thumbs up if y'all understood. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. I can't see the chat. I mean, I can see the chat. I can't see your faces. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. Thumbs up all over. Wonderful. Yes. All right. Quiz time. What is the client IP that is making the RDP request? What is the server IP? What is the name of the server? What is the username used to RDP into the server? And what is the username used as the session cookie? I'll give you 5 minutes. Have you heard of Novetta? I don't think Wireshark has been whitelisted yet in our environment. Novetta, I have not. There may be an in-house tool in your environment. There may be an in-house tool. But I'm pretty sure if it's used to read packets, you're there. Now, here's another thing with this Wireshark stuff. So there are packet capture systems out there, like CenturyWire, Novetta may be one. You can do the exact same thing with filtering. You may not be able to like filter a lot of stuff, but you can get a gist of what you need to look for. You know what I'm saying? There. I'm gonna say Wireshark portal. Yeah, try that. Absolutely. But Wireshark should be in your lab, your home lab. Because 90% of the job, you're gonna run into protocols you've never seen before. So I'm Googling, like, all right, how does this work? Okay, all right. So what's the sequence of packets to make sure I'm doing the right thing? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm really a geek about it because I don't want to be in a situation where here's an incident, buoy you on point on this incident. Now, here's the PCAP, tell me what happened. And here's another thing for y'all that's trying to get into the SOC and those that are in the SOC space. And you may be at the tier 1 level. It's something that I noticed, and it's something that's true. You may get picked on purposely. If you're not showing no signs of growth or no signs of that you want to be there or no signs of that you are progressing in the job that you're in, you're just doing bare minimum, you just there to get a check, you there to coexist, they may pick on you purposely for 2 reasons. Number one, to see if you know what you're doing. You know, see if you ain't lying, you know, if you really know what you're doing. And 2 is just to push you. Like, let's go ahead and put them. Let's make sure that they are working at the same pace as everybody else. So they may pick you and say, "Hey, here's a PCAP. Tell me what happened," just to see if you're paying attention, just to see if you really know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And so to avoid all of that, you want these filters and these configuration profiles. You want it set up in a way that you could quickly answer those questions and get them off your back. And if you do it a few times, they leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? But just keep that in mind that that's what they do. So if you think you're gonna come in here and just sit on your laurels, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. All right, I'll give you 2 more minutes, and then I'll answer these for you. Really, the answer is right there. You know what I'm saying? But we there. We got 2 more protocols I want to look at. I really just want 1, but we got 2 more. I'm gonna try to get you out of here at 1 p.m. I was not expecting this thing to go all the way to the full 1 p.m., but I'm gonna try. All right. Let me just let's go through it because you got other ones. Have you used network monitoring before and Brim before? I have seen that before, Dio. I have seen network monitoring and Brim. It's just that our environments now we got Wireshark. We got Wireshark. But we only use it just to read the PCAPs. Like we have like next gen. You know, these environments that I've been in, we use different. We use like some of the. You know, we got some next gen stuff that will capture packets for us. But I've heard network monitoring and Brim. All right. Here we go. Answering the question. What's the client IP address making the request? All right. How do I find that from here? I'm gonna find out who put in the domain and the username and password. Easy peasy. All right. Let me see if it will give me that if I put that filter there. Yeah, it does. So I would select my filter, filter it off CRED SSP, because again, that is the protocol that gives us the secure authentication between client and server on a remote system. Okay, here we go. What was the question? IP address, the client IP making the request. Okay, here's the client IP. 10.10.0.0.1. 10.10.0.1 is the client IP. Okay. What's the server IP address? Real simple, y'all. 10.10.0.6. All right. What's the name of the server? The server, what I mean by server is the server of number 2, the server IP. Where's that at? The server that they're trying to access is this terms server IT help -DVLS AD, whatever this is. The target name, that's the name of the server. IT, it's really IT help. IT help. If you gave me all this, I would just take that. Okay. And I think it's IT help that the DC, IT-help.dc. And you can find that in, we didn't have that information. I forgot what. It's the IT help DVLS. But there's a domain controller too. There's a domain controller here. But I'll take that for now. Here we go. What's the username that it was used to log into the server? Boom. Administrator. Okay. What's the session cookie? How we find that, y'all? Go back. Find the one that has the ignored, analyze, follow, TCP. Boom. Here's the domain that they try to get into, IT help, DC. It's a domain controller, but that's the name. All right. That's RDP. Any questions about RDP? Give me a thumbs up if you understood that. In the chat, I can't see nothing. Give me something in the screen. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, here we go. We're about to make it happen. Real quick, real quick. SSH. Secure Shell. Another one. Another. Listen, and write this down. If this was a SOC class, you would see this. A lot of the attacks of unauthorized access or attempt to, we see a web attack or something like that. You're going to be analyzing that SSH protocol a lot, because a lot of times is these web servers are hosted on a Linux box. And sometimes in order to get to that web server, you have to SSH into it. A lot of the tools are run on Linux systems. And so the attacker may, in their recon stage, may have figured that out, and they want to get to that system. So they'll use the what? SSH protocol, maybe remotely outside or inside to get to that system. And so SSH Secure Shell is it's the secure version of Telnet. Telnet is clear text. You can see everything. But Secure Shell kind of encrypts your remote access sessions on the unsecure network, right? This runs on TCP port 22, runs at the application layer of both the OSI TCP IP models. Here's the steps. You see the three-way handshake first. Then you're going to see the SSH version exchange. So the server's going to get the version that they're using of SSH. The client's going to get a version that they're using of SSH. Okay. Then you're going to see the client server key exchange, the algorithm that they're using. They're using the Diffie-Hellman. We're going to use that as our algorithm of securing this session. Then you'll see the server public key exchange. So the public key of that server is getting sent by the server, that last one. New keys, exchange new keys. Then you see the client trying to authenticate or use those new keys.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh.
No worries.
Hold on, I'm tripping, man. I thought I had that thing on. My bad, y'all. Why you ain't say nothing? Y'all wait this time. Can y'all see this? Give me a thumbs up if y'all can see this.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Secure Shell. That's where we at. It's used to basically secure your. We usually use this for Windows going to Linux, right? 9 times out of 10, you're going into a Linux box using this one, right? And it's used to basically encrypt your remote access sessions, so nobody can see what's going on the inside. Okay? It runs on TCP port 22, application layer of the OSI TCP IP models. Here are the steps, the sequence of packets that I'm going to be looking for. If somebody say, hey, somebody remote into our web server, I'm looking for these sequence. If I see this sequence, then we got some action. If I don't see these sequence, then you have to look at other logs in addition to this to determine that, right? So I see the three-way handshake first. I see the SSH version key and client key exchange. Okay. So as you can see, they're telling each version here, the server is telling what they're using, the client is telling what they're using. We see the algorithms exchange. All right, we're gonna use Diffie-Hellman here. Once they agree to those terms of use, then the server in step 4 is going to send that public key down. So as you can see, that last Diffie-Hellman exchange reply, new keys, we're going to send that key down. The client then is going to try to authenticate with those new keys. Thank you for the keys. I'm going to try to get in the door. Usually username and passwords there. Now, if this was encrypted, decrypted, then you will see the username and password there. But this is an encrypted packet, so you're not really going to see that. And then you'll see the secure channel established. So you see encrypted packet, encrypted packet, encrypted packet. You see that they're in. They're in that box. And you see the conversations here. Okay. Now, what do we care about with SSH? The number, the time, source IP, source port, protocol, desktop IP, dash port, and I'll just leave it at basic because I want to see the conversation. I want to see the sequence of packets. We're just going to filter it on 22 anyway. That should tell us what we want to see, right? Or SSH anyway. That should tell us what we want to see. So let's go ahead and go to our lab real quick. We're going to close this out. Let's go to SSH PCAP. What we're going to do, y'all? Oh, we're at SSH PCAP. Let's go ahead and change the profile to default. It takes us back to a default setting. And what we're going to do, we're going to, let's first add the configuration profile. So edit, configuration profile, plus sign, and we're going to do SSH traffic. Okay. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and change our time format. Now we change time, view, time display format, UTC. Right? We got mostly everything here already. It should be number, time, source. I want the source port though. And we got protocol. So let's go ahead right now that we have this here. Let's go ahead and drag protocol in between source IP and destination IP. And we're just going to add the port information. Okay. So let's go to the TCP in the detail packet detail section. And we're just going to add source port and destination port. Right click source port, apply as column. Let's go ahead and drag that over. Right click on destination port, apply as column. Let's drag that over. And we got everything we need. Now we just got to set the filter. So here we go. Let's go up to here. Display filter. Let's go click on that. We're going to label this SSH traffic. And we're going to filter this on SSH. Hit OK. When I click on this, now you can click out and click on if you want. But when I click on this, I usually will see what I'm looking for. But I wanted to see, you can remove this filter to see the three-way handshake. Okay. This particular PCAP has different, it's a bunch of SSH requests. 9 times out of 10, you write this down, 9 times out of 10, if you get an alert, somebody in the chat, hold on. Somebody said, wasn't Diffie-Hellman considered unsecure? I think so, but there are different versions of SSH. So I think that was regular SSH. Right now, we're looking at, right now, this is SSH version 2. So I think the higher it goes up, the more that they encrypt or secure things. That's a question I had in the chat. All right, here we go. So we got SSH here. You can remove this if you want to see the three-way handshake and start those process, the client and server thing, where they share the version and all that. You can see the key exchange, you know. But write this down. I lost my train of thought. Write this down. Usually, your alert, whether it's in Splunk, whether it's in your IDS or your IPS, or whether it's a boss walking in with a piece of paper saying, give me some information about this IP. Usually, you have an IP to go off. You know what I'm saying? In a perfect world, you want to be, as a good threat hunter, you want to be looking for successful traffic coming from malicious IP addresses or IPs that are not in your same network doing SSH. Because a lot of times it's normal traffic. If you see something, IPs in your same subnet range, in your same network, SSH into each other, 9 times out of 10, that's normal. But we're looking for the malicious stuff. So let's say if that said IP address that's in your network is infected with malware, and then we see it do it, now we got a problem. Or if we see an IP address outside of your network that doesn't have the same IP address range, making this type of connection, now we got a bigger problem. And we want to see if it was successful, right? But here we just we have an IP already. So the next step, now that we have that set up, we got a quiz. I'm giving you an IP to go off. So let's say if I wanted to filter on an IP address, that's the source. I'm gonna give you the first answer, right? Well, not the first answer, but I'm gonna give you a start on this. What is let's say if they came to you and said, I see an IP address 172.16.238.170.168 trying to get into our web server. Tell me what happened. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take that IP address and I'm gonna filter my traffic off of it. How do you filter on that on here? I would start using some of these display filters. So the display filter will be IP dot source, or you can do IP dot adder, ADDR. You could do IP dot address space equals, and you can type that IP address in there. What's that IP? 172.16.238.168. So if I filter just that IP address, I get everything that comes with it, which is what I kind of want anyway. 172.16.238.168. It turns green. I press enter. Now I see what I want to see. Here we go. I filtered that IP on that traffic. Now I see my three-way handshake. Since it is making a request. And then I see the keys. And then I see encrypted package. That encrypted package means that there's a session going on that box. Now the problem is we're not going to be able to see that. But we see the key exchange, so something is happening. Now we got to check other logs. Now we got to actually go on the server and check their off logs to see if they really got in. To check the web server page and see if they changed something. There's other things you add with this, but this is just the piece that will get you to that next step. Now that we have filtered that, here's some questions. I'll give you like 3 minutes. Because the next one is the last one. The next protocol is the last one. How y'all doing on this? Give me a thumbs up if you like what you see. Give me a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Put a thumbs in the chat. Telling y'all right now, when I leave this, when I log out of here tonight, when I go to work, this is what I'm doing on my job. From the table, listen, from the farm to the table, that's what I do. That's my training. That's my training style, from the farm to the table. Like I said before, there are people that probably can teach this better than me. But it's only one side of Brave. You know what I'm saying? It's only one, you know what I'm saying? TK, thank you very much. I try to be as relatable because that's all you want. Listen, people like it simple. You know what I'm saying? If I can make it simple, I'm gonna make it simple. Ain't got time for no books. We ain't got no books in here. There's no books. These slides I created by myself. You know what I'm saying? And these are yours to keep. I want you to take this to the job. Thank you. I do appreciate it, though. I do appreciate it. And you ask anybody in that SOC class. You ask anybody in that SOC class. Thanks, Greg. You ask anybody in that SOC class. They had a ball. Wolf. Baz. I get nasty in there. What I mean by nasty is I use a lot of relative things. Yeah, I want to sign up for the next one too. Once I get through these certs, man, I'm gonna throw another one. Blue Magic, I'm telling you, man. Oh, here's the thing about the SOC class, right? And I forgot to tell y'all. Give me a thumbs up if you've seen that movie Hitch. Anybody seen Hitch before with Will Smith? Give me a thumbs up if you heard of that movie Hitch. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. All right. So the way I do business like Hitch. For the SOC class, you would never see me post. You would never see me post a flyer. You would never see me post a sign up for it. The way you get access to that class, somebody who has taken it has to refer you. It's a referral only thing. Why is it a referral only thing? It sells itself. Okay, that's number one. But why is it referral only? Yeah, it's Blue Magic. Listen, it sells itself. It's affordable. You're not touching $1,000 in my class. And you are getting a water hose full of information. And pretty much what I'm doing is teaching you at my level. So what you're learning right now, you're getting taught at my level. Okay, so and we do hands-on everything. We ain't just looking at PCAPs. You're looking at logs, you writing rules, you catching stuff. You containing malware in my class. It's a nasty class. It's a nasty class. But because it's that good, in my opinion, I don't sell it. You have to be referred to it. So if somebody who took my class refer you, then we'll discuss. We'll discuss. You know what I'm saying? Another thing is that class, I don't have to teach it. I just teach. I teach that class. I would teach that class for free. Really. I would teach a class for free, but the only reason why I charge is because I got to show why I'm away from the family. That's the only reason why I charge. So you got somebody with some passion about their stuff, because I want people to get it, you know? And I'm sitting on the inside watching people interview and put their resumes up, and they're not getting the jobs because they're not getting what we want them to know. So why not teach them what you should know before you get in? You know what I'm saying? It's people right now that's on that Twitter timeline that's living it up right now because they took my class and they got a job with it. You know. All right, I'm getting off my soapbox. Here we go. Let's answer the questions. What version being used by this IP? What SSH version? We already filtered it off. Here we go. I filter as the source. It has to be the source IP. The version that they're using is SSH 2.0 Open SSH version 5.3. Someone said you gotta be willing to put that work in. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So that's one. What is the key exchange algorithm being used between the client and server communication? Here we go. Listen, Diffie-Hellman. That's the algorithm that they're using. Okay. What is the IP that the user is attempting to SSH into? Let's go back to our lab. This is the user trying to log into what? 172.16.238.1. And that's it. That's SSH. Any questions about that? Give me thumbs up if you're cool with that. Give me thumbs up in the chat. I can't see the faces. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, here we go. Last one. Big one. DNS. 5 minutes. I'm going to try to knock this out in 5 minutes, y'all. I'm trying to knock this out in 5 minutes. DNS. Take notes. Write this down. For those of who don't know anyone but still want to take your SOC class, you know, hey, I make somebody ask me that. Somebody asked if you don't know who took the SOC class already, and you want to take my SOC class. I may make some exception. when I'm about to train for it. All right, here we go. DNS. Please take notes right quick. What is DNS? Domain name system. Interview question. They're going to ask you, what's DNS? If you walk in that joint and you say domain name service, they're going to say, thank you, have a nice day. If you walk in there and they say, explain to me what DNS is, and you say domain name service, they're going to say, we'll be in touch. DNS is domain name system. That's a trick question, by the way. Domain name system, and it is a service that translates domain or host name to a corresponding IP address. It uses UDP port 53. It runs at the application layer of both TCP and OSI models. UDP is user diagram protocol. It does not require a response. Okay? And all they're doing is just asking, I just need you to translate something. I don't really need you to give me all that extra stuff. All right? How does it work? Real simple. Client from the browser is going to ask for the IP address for ESPN.com. All of y'all checking the sports, all of y'all watching sports at work, this is what y'all doing. You going from your browser, you type in you want the IP address. DNS is just going to translate. Again, on the internet, on the network, IPs talk to IPs. You're not going to remember the IP address to every website. So you type the website in, and then the browser uses DNS to correspond or to find the IP address so that your browser can talk to that IP. So your browser is going to make the request for the IP for ESPN.com. That's step one. Step two, your browser is going to check your local DNS or the host.txt file for the cache record. What's the cache record? That means that you go to this website all the time. And if the IP is in there, you're going to get it. You get the page. Okay? If it's not there, then your local DNS in step three is going to reach out to your ISP. What's your ISP? Your ISP is your internet service provider. So some of us got the Verizon router, some of us got Comcast or whatever. So if your local cast DNS doesn't give you the IP, then that's going to check it's going to check your ISP to see if they got it. If they got it, or the recursive server, DNS server, if they have it, then you get the page you want, the IP for that page. If they don't have it, if it's not found in your ISP, then that ISP is going to or the browser is then going to make the request to the root DNS name server at the top. And there's a hierarchy there. The root DNS name server would direct the request to the top level domain and the authoritative name server for that IP address. So the top level domains are the .coms, the .edus, the .orgs, the .govs, and then you have top level, then you have sub level, then you have the resource that you want to have. And so they'll go all the way to the top to come down to find that IP that you need. Step 5, once they find that IP, you get the IP for that domain. You can now connect to that web page. Okay, these are the steps based upon my knowledge. Okay, record types. So you requesting different records. Now, why do I care about this? Is because when you look at any malicious IP address, they're going to request some records. I know it's 1 o'clock, but we almost done. Watch this. If you can stay on, stay on. If you got to jump off, jump off. But real quick, here we go. The A, if you see an A record request, they're trying to get the domain name for the IP. If you see a quadruple A request, they're trying to get the IP version 6 IP address for that domain. If you see a C name, they're trying to map or create aliases for the subdomain of that domain. If you see an MX, they're trying to identify a MS record request. They're trying to identify the mail service responsible for sending emails on that domain. A lot of malware likes to look for the MX so they can send phishing emails. If you see name server or NS, they're looking for the name server or the authoritative name service on that domain or for that domain. If you see TXT, write this down. If you see TXT, this stores the text-based information from that or associated with that domain. You know what else uses TXT? You know TXT is also used for DNS tunneling. So when they steal the information, they may put it in, they may add it to the text record. Okay, DNS tunneling attack uses that TXT. SOA, startup authority. This is giving you zone information. Information about your authoritative or name server of a zone or any other, like when it was updated. All that administrative information, when it was updated, when it expired, all that stuff. The SOA is that record that is being asked. If somebody's looking for the SOA or that information, you will see that record being called. SRV is the service. This tells me what type of services are within that domain. PTR is the pointer. So when you do NS lookup on a machine for a username, for a domain, and it gives you the IP address and vice versa, those are called reverse lookups. The pointer, the PTR record, is when you're trying to map the IP address to the domain. Usually you're trying to get the IP address of the domain, but this time, let's say if you got the IP and you want the domain name for it, the PTR, the pointer, is what is used, is the record that you will call to get that, or DNS would do. Any is the last record that I really pay attention to. That means give me everything about this domain. Any tells me everything about this domain. Okay, here we go. What do I care about? I want the number, time, source IP, source port, protocol, destination IP, desk port, transaction ID. I'm gonna explain what that is when I get there. Query type, response type, flags, and info. All right, let's go back to the lab real quick. I know we short of time. Let's click on the DNS exercise. Here we go. What we going with first, y'all? We want the what? Configuration profile. So before we create that, let's go ahead and set this to profile to default. And I already got all my stuff up here already. I don't know if y'all seeing this, but let's go ahead and do edit, configuration profile, +, DNS traffic. Hit OK. We're in that profile. All right. I already got DNS here. It is DNS traffic, so let's go ahead and add the filter anyway. We're gonna call this DNS traffic. We're gonna type DNS here. Okay. Now that we have it filtered all the way, I should see this. We're gonna add some stuff here. My time has changed, so let's go ahead and change the time. View. Click on view. Time display format. UTC, date and time of day. We got our source IP that's making the DNS request. what do we need? We need the source port and destination port. Really the destination port. Let's do destination port. Somebody got a question. Domain name system is DNS, but it is a service. And somebody asked a question, how to say DNS? It's domain name system, but it is a service. But the trick question is they want to hear if you're going to say domain name service. If you say domain name service, that's going to dampen the look of your interview. Okay. All right, here we go. So we got time, we got source. We don't need source port right now. Let's just do destination port. So let's go to, we're going to click on UDP here. And let's just go ahead and add destination port. Matter of fact, let's add source port too. Add source port. Applies column. We're going to drag that in front of source. We're going to drag destination port behind destination. We're going to drag protocol in between source port and destination IP. Okay. What else we need? Transaction ID, query type, response type, flags, info. We got info up there. Here we go. So we're going to select the DNS. Transaction ID is here. Right click, applies column. And I like to leave it where it is. Let's leave it where it is. If you hit the drop down on these, you see flags. We can right click on flags, applies column. We'll leave that there. And if you scroll down, you see questions or you see queries. Okay. Let's just keep hitting the drop down. Okay. And right now we're going to throw query up there. And where it says queries, Google. We're going to go to name. And we're going to throw name up there. Right click and click name. We're going to throw two names up there. So that's the first name. Now, let me tell you something about transaction ID. Transaction ID is what separates the request. You see there are different transaction IDs here. But how do I know what transaction ID was what they were looking for? If I scroll over, you will see, let's see if I put this thing in order. I don't know if it's in order or not. Yeah. You will see the transaction IDs is usually the request and the response. So as you can see, 192.168.170.8 made the request to 192.168.70.20, the DNS server on 53. I want to request. Looks like a text record. And there's a response. The transaction ID will keep you on point as to what they were asking. There's always going to be a query and a response. Okay, so here we go. I got the response here. So just click on, that's packet one was the query. The response is packet number 2. So if I go to packet number 2 and I scroll down, I want the same thing. You see answers. Here are the answers. Right click, applies column. I want type. What was the type? It was a TXT. Right click, applies column. All right. So we got name. And let's go back up. Let's go back to packet number 1. And we're gonna right click type. Let's go back to packet number 1. Go back to DNS. We're going to right click on type. Applies column. If I scroll over, I should see time, source port, protocol, destination port, length, transaction ID, TCP flags, name, 230. Okay, name. That's the first. The first name is the query. The second name is the answer. This second type was supposed to be the answer. This first type is the query. So I want to drag this over. It's taking forever, but we're almost done, y'all. Here we go. I want this in between the first name. So I got name, I got the query, I got the query type, I got the answer, and I got the answer type. Now, we got two names. So how do you make sure that you're looking at the right stuff? Let's go ahead and right-click on one of these bars, and we're gonna go to column preferences. And we're gonna rename this joint. So here we go. The first name you see is DNS query name. I'm gonna click on this. You should be able to double click on it and just type query. The next type. So you got query here. We're gonna rename query. You're gonna rename name to query. You're gonna rename type. You're gonna add query in front of it. Query type. The next one is the response. So we're going to rename that to response. And then we're going to do response type. The next one, response space type. Okay. Leave everything as is. Click OK. Now you cook it with grease. So now I can see that this IP made a request. It queried, and you can, drag this over to make it smaller if you want. They queried the TXT, readable information for Google, and they got a response back for the TXT strings, which was Google. Same transaction ID. Then there's a whole different transaction ID that you can trace down to figure out. This other one was asking for mail exchange information. Oh. It's asking for mail exchange information. And they got a response. Here's all the mail exchange information for us. SMTP servers, blase, blase. All right, so now that we have that, that's it. That's it for DNS. Quiz. Real quick. What's the IP of the DNS server? What's the MAC address of the 192.168.170.8? So where do we find the MAC address? Where's the hardware information? Okay. What was the A record response for the domain www.netbsd.org? What was the A record response? What was the quadruple A record response for the domain www.netbsd.org? What was the transaction ID for the TST record response made by 192.168.170.8? I know it's 114. I didn't mean to hold y'all like this, but I'll give you like 2 minutes. I'll give you like 2 minutes to try to figure it out. Right? You must be on CPT, color people time. I am, actually. I sure am. Somebody asked, are y'all getting training? The recording. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm gonna post it on YouTube, but once it finishes like processing, I'll just send it directly to y'all first. So you'll have it with you before it hits YouTube. Because I played that music on there, they gotta, vet it to make sure I ain't stealing nothing. All right. All right, real quick. I don't want to hold y'all too long. Let me break it down for you. What's the IP address of the DNS server? Always look for the response. So as we see in packet 1, the DNS service is one that's responding. The one that's giving the answer. So the IP is 192.168.70.20. Okay. What's the next question? What is the MAC address of 192.168.70.8? Here's the MAC address. If I click here, I will see that in the details section. I'll go to Ethernet, and the source is 192.168.170.8. I know that that's the source. Here's the source. Here's the MAC address. They're using the Asus Tech, Asus laptop, I think. So you could either gave me the Asus Tech, whatever B1 0CAD, or the 00E018 B100. Either one of these would have been perfect. Okay. What was the A record response for the domain netbsd.org? The A record response. So if I go back up, and a lot of stuff you can see here, right? You see that there was an A record response. So we know that this made a record request, and we see the response. The A record response for that. Give me the A record for this, netbsd.org. We see the response, the very next one, because it has the same transaction ID. The response for that the DNS server is giving them is the host address. What is the host address? 204.152.190.2. I mean, .12. So the A record is give me the IP address for this host name. So the IP address is the 204.152.190.12. What is the quadruple A record response for that? So let's go back. It should be the very next line. So somebody made the same thing. Give me the IP version 6 address for that domain. What's the response? Should be the next one. And they got back the response type. Is this 2001 548, 4 What am I looking at? 4F8, 472E081 FF FE52. That's the response. The IP version 6 address for that. All right, last one. What is the transaction ID for the TST record request made by 192.168.170.8? So the TST record, if I go back up, you can even filter off that. The query types, you can filter off query types if you want for the first query and look for TST. So they made the TST record they made a request for the TST record for Google, and the response that they received, they got the text strings, which was google.com. But what was the transaction ID? 0x1032. That's the transaction ID for the text record. And ladies and gentlemen, that's DNS. As customary with all of my training, I give you resume verbiage to put on your resume. Please add this to your resume. On PCAP analysis of network events such as potential malware, phishing, unauthorized access, lateral movement, etc., to determine incidents, events, or false positives using Wireshark. Yes, you can post whatever you want to post on Twitter. While we wrap up, can everyone post their Twitter? Oh, yeah. Can we make this metric based? What you mean, metric? What's your YouTube channel? YouTube channel is, let me go to it. I don't give CEUs. This is something I made, you know. That's another reason why I do private training, because I'm giving you something, you know. It's from the farm. This is organic. It's from the farm to the table, man. What you need? Ain't no receipts. Hold on, let me go to my YouTube. It's MaxProd Technologies. If you go to just look up MaxProd Technologies. What's the metric you talking about? I sound like Bernie Mac. From the farm to the table. I ain't scared of you. Hey, let me tell you something. Bernie Mac was my favorite comedian of all time. Bernie Mac was my favorite. You know what I'm saying? My top 3 favorite comedians of all time is Bernie Mac, Jamie Foxx, and Eddie Murphy. Bernie Mac, Jamie Foxx, and Eddie Murphy. Him now said, milk and cookie. I ain't playing. Am I from Brooklyn? No, I'm from DC, man. Born and raised, man. I ain't been nowhere else. Who put that? You hear that DMV? Yes, indeed. Feed the needy. Listen, Jamie Foxx is, I'm trying to tell y'all, listen. Jamie Foxx, man. I try to redo that Brady Bunch. I tried to redo that Brady Bunch song. You know what I'm saying? Hey, D.L. Hughley crazy. He'll fire you up in the crowd just by then. Oh yeah, Oxon Hill, you right there. You right down the street. Oh, by the way, y'all, I'm thinking about hosting something at that Top Golf over there. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm thinking about hosting that Top Golf. I'm thinking about doing something over there. Analyze X amount of network traffic. Hey, I like that, D.O. You can use that too. You can throw a number in there if you want. Absolutely. That's what you meant. Yeah. No, that sounds good. That sounds good. Hey, listen. Listen, Booby, I do appreciate that. It do mean something to me. Again, I'm not the best in the world, but I'm the best at what I do. You know what I'm saying? It's only one side of Reverend out here. You know what I'm saying? It's only one side of Reverend. So when they be saying it online, you just experienced it. You just experienced it. Thank y'all for coming. Yeah, I'm trying to do a Top Golf joint. I'm trying to do like a tech Top Golf joint. What's a good class? Listen, if you go to my website, matchprotect.org, and you see my contact tab. If you want to take my SOC class, just go there and just send me an email with your information. And when I'm about to throw it, I'll send you the link to it. It's relatively cheap. I try to keep it around what everybody else is charging. But you ain't paying no $1,000 to get in there. Matchprotect.org, contact tab. Let me go to my, hold on, I had to change my website up because the business people said I was scaring people. Someone said, I see you posting golf. Yes, indeed. Listen, I felt like Tiger Woods out that thing in that tournament. You know what I'm saying? We got last place, but guess what? We got a trophy while we did it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I want to do golfing again. And I feel like I think everybody would like it. If we do it at Top Golf, it's easier, it's less formal. But you get to network, you get to meet people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got a participation. No, they had a trophy for the worst score, and we won it. And I was up there smiling from ear to ear. It's the best thing listen, my kids don't know because it don't say on there. It don't say on there that it's a loser trophy. So I'm coming home like, we scored second place. You know what I'm saying? Nobody know. Who gonna check? Who gonna check me? All right, here we go. We might come to ATL. I don't know. We might come to ATL. If you go to contact tab, put your information here. That tells me, what you need. Here's my YouTube channel. You can go here and it will take you directly there. I did a Splunk one not too long ago. That Splunk one was fire. So if you're trying to learn Splunk, just look at this. This training will be posted up on here, but you'll get it. I'll make sure you get it before anything else. Yeah, if y'all just follow me on, I'm at Commandante Bowie, but my name is, the handle is Cyber Reverend, but yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm trying to throw something, man. I was supposed to listen. Things got out of hand. I was going to throw a yacht one. I was going to rent a yacht for everybody that wanted to come network, eat some food. But it didn't work out like I wanted to in the summertime. Maybe next summer. I don't know. It'll be a professional. You gotta wear a collar shirt. You can't come in there. It ain't none of those situations. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that type of party. You gotta wear a collar shirt. I rented one 2 years ago, and I said I gotta do this for the tech people. Hey Jay, hey, you the man. Hey, I'm trying to, man. Listen, I don't post a lot. I don't post a lot about about what I do, how I help people and stuff like that. But y'all see it. You know what you're dealing with. You know who you know Don when you see one. You know what I'm saying? Text giving conference. I heard somebody post about that. I gotta look into that. There's a lot going on right now, but we'll see what I'll do. We'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. I'm gonna post this link to my YouTube. Again, y'all gonna get the recording anyway. I'll give you the recording anyway, but yeah. And again, the training, I'm glad y'all joined it. I mean, y'all could have been anywhere in the world. She came here. Yeah, y'all with me. You know, you can give me a shout out online if you want. I always leave that up to the user. I know this stuff good, you know what I'm saying? But always leave the reviews up to whoever took it. It's no pressure if you don't, and you know, it is what it is. I just thought I should say that because people will ask.